Chapter 9, Part 1 of 10,000 Miles with a Dog Sled by Hudson Stuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Chapter 9, Part 1. Tanana crossing to 40 Mile and down the Yukon. A patriarchal chief. Swarming caribou. Eagle and Fort Egbert. Circle City and Fort Yukon. Fairbanks was a different place in 1910 from the center of feverish trade and feverish vice of 1904 to 5, when the stores were open all day and half the night, and the dance halls and gambling dens all night and half the day. When the Jews cornered all the salt and all the sugar in the camp, and the gamblers all the silver and currency. When the curious notion prevailed that in some mysterious way general profligacy was good for business, and the Commercial Club held an indignation meeting upon a threat of closing down the public gaming and refusing liquor licenses to the dance halls, and voted unanimously in favor of an open town. When a diamond star was presented to the chief of police by the enforced contributions of the prostitutes. When the weekly gold dust from the cleanups on the creeks came picturesquely into town, escorted by horsemen armed to the teeth. The outward and visible signs of the Wild West are gone. The dance halls and gambling tables are a thing of the past. The creeks are all connected with Fairbanks by railway and telephone. An early closing movement has prevailed in the shops, and the local choral society is lamenting the customary dearth of tenors for its production of The Messiah. Despite the steady decline in the gold output of late years, a drop of from 20 millions down to 4 or 5, there is little visible decay in its trade. And despite stampedes to new diggings all over Alaska, there is no marked visible diminution in its population, though as a matter of fact, both must have largely fallen off. The thing that more than any other has sustained the spirits and retained the presence of the businessmen is the expectation that seems to grow brighter and brighter of the development of a quartz camp now that the placers are being exhausted. And in that hope lies the chance of Fairbanks to become the one permanent considerable town of interior Alaska. It is a substantial place, with good business houses and many comfortable homes electric lit, steam heated, well protected against fire, better than against flood, and though it does not display the style and luxury of the palmy days of Nome, it has amenities enough to make disinterested visitors and passers-by wish that its hard rock hopes may be realized. The little log church that is still, as a local artist put it, the only thing in Fairbanks worth making a picture of, no longer stands open all day and all night as the town's library and reading room, but has withdrawn into decorous Sabbath use in favor of the commodious public library built by a Philadelphia churchman. The hospital adjoining it, that for 2 or 3 years cared for all the sick of the camp, is supplemented by another and a larger across the slough. Young birch trees have been successfully planted all along the principal streets, and the front yards everywhere are ablaze with flowers the summer through. You may eat hothouse lettuce and radishes in March, hothouse strawberries at about 10 cents apiece in July and August, while common outdoor garden truck of all kinds is plentiful and good in its short season. We had another canine misfortune while we lay there. Doc, one of our leaders, got his chain twisted around his foot the night before we were to leave, and in pulling to free it, stopped the circulation of the blood, and the foot froze. It was as hard as wood and sounded like wood when it hit the sidewalks, from which the snow had been cleared, as the dog came limping along. An hour's soaking in cold water drew the frost out of the foot, and we swathed it in cotton saturated with Caron oil, upon which it swelled so greatly that it was impossible to tell the extent of the injury or to determine whether or not the dog would ever be of use again. A kindly nurse at the hospital undertook his care, and we left him behind. One does not buy a dog so late in the season with all the idle summer to feed him through, if any shift can be made to avoid it, and there was a Great Dane pup at the South Chiquette 40 miles away that I might pick up as I passed and perhaps make some use of for the remainder of the winter. That mission was the next stop on our journey, and we reached it over the level mail trail, the chief winter highway of Alaska, connecting Fairbanks with Valdez on the coast. 3 times a week there is a horse stage with mail and passengers passing over this trail each way, together with much other travel. The Alaska Road Commission has lavished large sums of money upon it, and the 400 miles or thereabout is made in a week. A day and a half brought us to the Salchiquette, one of a chain of missions along the Tanana River, established by the energy and zeal of the Reverend Charles Eugene Betticher, Jr., during his incumbency at Fairbanks, that have already brought a great change for the better in native conditions. 5 years had elapsed since last I visited this tribe, a reconnoitering visit on one of the first steamboats that ever went up the Tanana River above Fairbanks, and it was a delight to see the new, clean village with the little gardens round the cabins, and to note the appreciative attitude which the Indians showed. So highly do they value the missionary nurse in charge that however far afield their hunting may lead them, one of their number is sent back every week to see that the mission does not lack wood and water and meat. A simple, docile, kindly people that one's heart warms to. This mission was our last outpost to the south. My farther journey had for its prime object the visiting of the natives of the upper Tanana as far as the Tanana Crossing, some 250 miles beyond the Salchiquette, the inquiring into their condition and into the desirability of establishing a post amongst them. The upper Tanana is probably one of the most difficult streams in the world to navigate that can by any stretch of the term be called navigable. The great Alaskan range begins to approach the Tanana River so soon as one gets above Fairbanks. Its prominent peaks, 10,000 to 12,000 feet high, are continually in view from one angle to another as one pursues the river trail, and come constantly nearer and nearer. All the streams that are confluent with the Tanana on its left bank are glacial streams draining the high ice of these mountains. They come down laden thick with silk, at times forming torrents, at times merely trickling watercourses that seam, with numerous small runnels, the wide deltas at their mouths. The tributaries of the right bank flow for the most part through heavily wooded country, and come out cleanly into the river. So the glacial waters form shoals and bars, and the woodland waters during freshets pile them high with driftwood. Such is the chief characteristic of the upper Tanana, a multiplicity of swift, narrow channels amidst bars laden with drift. It is subject to sudden rise of great violence. The attempt to stem a freshet on the upper Tanana is a hair-raising experience, as the log of the Pelican would show, but does not come within this narrative. Owing to the origin of much of its water, the Tanana is often in flood in dry, hot seasons, when other rivers run meagerly, as well as in times of rain. It cannot be stemmed in flood. Its shoals deny passage in drought. There must be just the right stage of water to permit its navigation, and that stage, without ore flowing full, is not often found of duration to serve the voyage after the month of June. A river difficult to navigate in summer is usually a river difficult to travel upon in winter, and the upper Tanana is notoriously dangerous and treacherous. Scarce a winter or a summer that it does not claim victims. It is emphatically a bad river. Therefore, as far as there is any travel to speak of, land trails parallel the river. Past Richardson, where the next night is spent, a decayed mining and trading town that dates back to the stampedes of 1905 to 6, when it was thought the upper Tanana would prove rich in gold, past Tenderfoot Creek, on which the discoveries were made, past the mouth of the Big Delta, with the great bluff on the opposite shore and the rushing black water at its foot that never entirely closes all the winter, and on the other hand the wide barrens of the Big Delta itself giving the whole fine sweep of the Alaskan range, we came at length to McCarthy's, the last telegraph station on the river, for the line strikes across country thence to Valdez, following the government trail, and there spent another night, and here we leave the government-made trail and take to the river surface and the wilderness. 12 miles through the woods along the left bank of the river brought us to the aptly named Clearwater Creek, a tributary that comes only from the foothills and carries no glacial water. This stream, by reason of hot springs, runs wide open all the winter and must be crossed by a ferry, a raft on a heavy wire. The man who owned the ferry and the house adjacent was gone from home, so we proceeded to cross as best we could. The raft was so small that first we took the dogs across, then unloaded the sled and took part of the load, and returned for the remainder and the sled itself. Finally, a canoe was loaded on the raft, and when it had been moored on the side we found it, Arthur paddled himself back. It was a strange scene, rafting and paddling a canoe in interior Alaska on the 2nd of March, with the thermometer at -15 degrees. Some 8 miles farther along the portage trail, we came to a little cabin about dusk, but disdaining its dirt and darkness, we pitched our tent. Another 18 miles the next day is noted in my diary for pleasant woodland travel, and for the particular interest of the numerous animal tracks we passed. Here a moose had crossed the trail, plowing through the snow like a great cart horse. Here for 2 or 3 miles a lynx had urgent business in the direction of the Healy River. A lynx will always follow a trail if there be one, and will pick out the best going on the ice or snow in the absence of trail. I once followed a lynx track from the head of the Dahl River to its mouth, and save for turning aside occasionally to investigate a clump of willows or brush, the lynx was an excellent guide. Here were rabbit tracks and every now and then the little sharp tracks of a squirrel. We stopped for lunch under a tall cottonwood tree, and Arthur pointed out that the trunk, up to a high crotch, was all seamed by bear claws. He said that the black bear climbed the same tree season after season, and told me that, according to the Indians, this was chiefly done when first he came from his winter den, for the purpose of getting his bearings, as the boy suggested with a chuckle. A fox, a marten, and a weasel had all passed across lately, and of course then came the exclamation that scarce fails from native lips when a fox track is seen: "I wonder if it were a black fox." A black fox means sudden wealth beyond the dreams of avarice to an Indian, and any fox track may be the track of a black fox. The end of that portage brought us out to the Tanana River opposite the little trading post at the mouth of the Healy, the last post of any kind we should see. The trader, by whom we were hospitably entertained, had heard of our projected occupation of the upper Tanana, and alert to his own interests, was anxious to know the plans for the establishment of a mission, plans which were yet all to make. He naturally favored this spot, which it was already plain was quite out of the question, but professed his readiness to move to any place that we might decide upon, and his entire sympathy and cooperation. The question of the trader, which always arises upon the establishment of a new mission site, is an important and sometimes a vexatious one, for he wields an influence amongst the Indians second only to that of the mission itself, and may be either a great help or a great hindrance. There is a natural desire to secure a man of character for the new post, and at the same time a natural reluctance to disturb vested interests and arouse bitter enmity by diverting trade. The suggestion has often been made that the mission should itself undertake a store in the interest of the natives, but those with most experience in such matters will agree that it is the wisdom of the bishop that sets his face against mission trading. The two offices are so essentially dissimilar as to be almost incompatible with one another. Either the person in charge is a missionary first and a trader afterwards, in which case the store suffers, or he is a trader first and a missionary afterwards, in which case he is not a missionary at all. A clean, sober, and honest trader, content to take his time about getting rich, is a blessing to an Indian community. There are some such, one thinks, but they are not numerous. The profits are large, though the turnover is but one a year. The capital required is small, it is a life with much leisure, but in the main it attracts only a certain class of men. A band of Indians to whom word of our visit had been sent had come down the river this far to meet us and escort us, but dog food was scarce and our arrival was delayed, and they had been compelled to return to their hunting camp, whither we must follow them. We were now farther up the Tanana River than either of us had ever been before. The country had the fascination of a new country. Every bend of the river held unknown possibilities, and the keenness and elation that only the penetration of a new country brings were upon the boy as well as upon myself. The river and the mountains were already drawn much closer together, and as we pursued our journey upon the one, we had continual fine views of the other. The going was good, too good, for much of it was new ice and spoke of recent overflow, and all too soon we came upon the water. At the mouth of the Johnson River, one of the glacial streams, the whole river was overflowed, and we waded for a mile through water that deepened continually until there was risk of wetting our load. Then we were compelled to take to the woods and to cut a portage around the worst and deepest of it, and so passed beyond it to good ice and to an empty cabin where we spent the night, glad to be sheltered from an exceedingly bitter wind that had blown all day and had taken all the pleasure out of travel. It is in such weather particularly that the thermos flasks prove such a boon to the musher. To stop and build a fire in the wind means to get chilled through. There is no pleasure in it at all, and I would rather push on until the day's journey is done. But the native boy must have his lunch, and will build a fire in any sort of weather and make a pot of tea. The thermos bottle, with its boiling hot cocoa, gives one the stimulation and nourishment that are desired without stopping for more than a few moments. I have carried a pair of these bottles all day at 60 degrees below zero, and when opened, snow had to be put into the cocoa before it was cool enough to drink. Of course, it is perfectly simple. All the astonishing things are, but I never open one of those bottles in the cold weather and pour out its contents without marveling at it. We left the river and struck inland towards the foothills of the Alaskan range, a long, rough journey over a trail that had been made by the band that came out to the Healy to meet us, and had been traveled no more than by their coming and going. The snow in this region had been as much lighter than usual as the snow in the Koyokuk had been heavier. Through the tangle of prostrate trunks of a burned-over forest and the dense underbrush that follows such a fire, with not enough snow to give smooth passage over the obstacles, we made our toilsome way, the labor of the dogs calling for the continual supplement of the men, one at the gee-pole and one at the handlebars. Some 20 miles perhaps, a long day's continuous journey, we pushed laboriously into the hills and then pitched our tent. But in a few miles next morning we had struck the main Indian trail from the village near the Tanana crossing, by which the hunting party had come, and what little was left of the journey went easily enough until we reached the considerable native encampment. The men were all gone after moose, save one half-naked, blear-eyed old paralytic, a dreadful creature who shambled and hobbled up asking for tobacco. The women were expecting us, however, and took the encamping out of our hands entirely, setting up the tent, hauling stove wood and splitting it up, making our couch of spruce boughs, starting a fire, and bringing a plentiful present of moose and caribou meat for ourselves and our dogs. Nothing could have been kinder than our reception. The full hospitality of the wilderness was heaped upon us. It was not until dark that the men returned, and we had all the afternoon to get acquainted with the women and children. Already the chief difficulty we had to encounter presented itself. These people did not speak the language of the lower Tanana and middle Yukon, Arthur's language, at all. Their speech had much more affinity with the upper Yukon language, and it dawned upon me that they were not of the migration that had pushed up the Tanana River from the Yukon, as all the natives as far as the South Chiquette certainly did, were not of that tribe or that movement at all, but had come across country by the Ketchum stock from the neighborhood of Eagle, the route we should return to the Yukon by, and were of the Porcupine and Peel River stock. This was certainly a surprise. I had deemed all the Tanana River Indians of the same extraction and tongue, but the stretch of bad water from the South Chiquette to the Tanana crossing was evidently the boundary between two peoples. End of Chapter 9, Part 1. Chapter 9, Part 2 of 10,000 Miles with a Dog Sled by Hudson Stuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Chapter 9, Part 2. That night we met Chief Isaac and the principal men of his tribe. At first it seemed that such broken English as 3 or 4 of them had would be our only medium of intercourse, But later one was discovered who had visited the lower Tanana and the Yukon and who understood Arthur indifferently well. And by the double interpretation, halting and inefficient, but growing somewhat better as we proceeded, it was possible to enter into communication. These preliminaries arranged, the chief made a set speech of dignity and force. He thanked me for coming to them, and regretted he had not been able to wait longer at the Healy River to help us to his camp. When he was a boy, he had been across to the Yukon and had seen Bishop Bompas, and had been taught and baptized by him, but he was an old man now, and he had forgotten what he had learned. I was the first minister most of his people had ever seen. They heard that Indians in other places had mission and school, and they had felt sorry a long time that no one came to teach them, for they were very ignorant little children who knew nothing, and when they heard a rumor that a mission and school would be brought to them, their hearts were very glad. Wherever we should see fit to make mission, there he and his people would go, and would help build for us, and help us in every way. But he hoped it would be near Lake Mansfield and the crossing, where most of them lived at present. Farther down the river was not so good for their hunting and fishing, but they would go wherever we said. That was the burden of the chief's speech. I took a liking to the old man at once. He was evidently a chief that was a chief. The chieftainship here was plainly not an effete and decaying institution it is in many places on the Yukon. He spoke for all his people without hesitation or question, and one felt that what he said was law amongst them. There followed for 2 days an almost continuous course of instruction in the elements of the Christian faith and Christian morals, all day long and far into the night, with no more interval than cooking and eating required. In the largest tent of the encampment, packed full of men and women, the children wedged in where they could get, myself seated on a pile of robes and skins, my interpreters at my side, my hearers squatted on the spruce boughs of the floor, the instruction went on. As it proceeded, the interpretation improved, though it was still difficult and clumsy, as speaking through two minds and two mouths must always be. Whenever I stopped, there was urgent request to go on, until at last my voice was almost gone with incessant use. Over and over the same things I went, the cardinal facts of religion, the incarnation, the crucifixion, the resurrection, the ascension, the cardinal laws of morality, the prohibition of murder, adultery, theft, and falsehood, that something definite might be left behind that should not be lost in the vagueness of general recollection, and always with the insistence that this was God's world and not the devil's world, a world in which good should ultimately prevail in spite of all opposition. It is at once a high privilege and a solemn responsibility to deal with souls to whom the appeal of the Christian religion had never before been made, as were most of my hearers. One cannot call them heathen. One never thinks of these Alaskan natives as heathen. Savage and heathen and pagan all meant, of course, in their origin just country people, and point to some old-time tremendous supercilious of the city bred, long since disappeared, except perhaps from such places as Whitechapel and the Bowery. A savage is simply a forest dweller, a heathen a heath dweller, and for a large part of each year I come, etymologically, within the terms myself. But with its ordinary implication of ferocity and bloodthirstiness, it is absurd to apply the word savage to the mild and gentle Alaskan Indian. And with its ordinary implication of bowing down to wood and stone, it is misleading to apply the term heathen to those who never made any sort of graven image. Much has been written, and cleverly written, about the Alaskan Indian that is preposterously untrue. Arthur, my half-breed boy, had recently been reading a story by Jack London, dealing with the Indians in the vicinity of Tanana, where he was bred and born, and his indignation at the representation of his people in this story was amusing. The story was called The Wit of Porportuk, and it presented a native chief in almost baronial state, with slaves waiting upon him in a large banqueting hall, and I know not what accumulated wealth of furs and gold. Such pictures are far more flagrantly untrue to any conditions that ever existed in Alaska than anything Fenimore Cooper wrote about the Five Nations. There were never any slaves in the interior. There was never any wealth amongst the Indians. There was never any state and circumstance of life. And the more one lives amongst them and knows them, the less one believes that they could ever have been a warlike people, despite their own traditions. Sporadic forays, fostered by their ignorant dread of one another or stirred up by rival medicine men, there may have been between different tribes, and there certainly were between the Indians and the Eskimo, with ambuscade and slaughter of isolated hunting parties that ventured too far beyond the confines of their own territory, and one such affair would furnish tradition for generations to dilate upon. I have myself found all the men of Nulato gone scouting, or hiding, I could not determine which, in the hills with their guns, upon a rumor that the Huskies or Eskimo were coming. I have known the Indians of the Yukon and the Tanana, and as far as the Koyokuk, excited and alarmed over the friendly visit of a handful of ragged natives from the Copper River to Nenana at Christmas time, although in either case it must certainly have been 50 years since there was any actual hostile incursion, and probably much longer. They are a very timid people, and an exceedingly peaceable people. Years and years may be spent amongst them without knowledge of a single act of violence between Indian men. They do not quarrel and fight. Bold enough in the chase, willing to face dangers of ice and water and wild beasts, they have a dread of anything like personal encounter, and will submit to a surprising amount of imposition and overbearing on the part of a white man without resorting to it. I knew a certain white man who claimed the whole river valley north of the Yukon as his, who warned off hunting parties of Indians who ventured upon it and made them give up game killed in his territory. They came to the mission and complained about it, but they never withstood the usurper. It ought to be added that it always appeared more as the making good of a practical joke than as a serious pretension. But the point is, the Indians submitted. So far as these natives of the interior are concerned, they were never idolaters. I cannot find that they had any distinct notion of worship at all. Their religion had root in a certain frantic terror of the unknown, and found expression in ceaseless efforts to propitiate the malign spirits surrounding them on every side. Thus they were given over to the mastery of those amongst them who had the traditional art of such propitiation, and fell more or less completely under that cruelest and most venal of sways, the tyranny of the witch doctor. It is impossible to doubt, and hard to exaggerate, the grinding and brutal exactions to which this rule led. Anything that a man possessed might be demanded and must be yielded, on pain of disease and death, even to the whole season's catch of fur or the deflowering of a young daughter. The utmost greed and lust that can disgrace humanity found its Indian expression in the lives of some of these medicine men. Since every sort of tyranny has its vulnerable spot, since the despotism of Russia was tempered by assassination and of Japan by the effect of public suicide, so melioration of the tyranny of the medicine man seems to have been found in rivalry amongst members of the craft itself. Oppressed beyond endurance by one practitioner, allegiance would be transferred to some new claimant of occult powers, and the breaking of the monopoly of magic would be followed by a temporary lightening of the burdens. Some of the most lurid of Alaskan legends deal with the thaumaturgic contests of rival medicine men, and one judges that sleight of hand and even hypnotic suggestion were cultivated to a fine point. To such minds the Christian teaching comes with glad and, one may say, instantaneous acceptance. Their attitude is entirely childlike. They are anxious to be told more and more about it, to be told it over and over again. There is never the slightest sign of incredulity. It does not occur to them as possible that a man should be sent all this way to them, should hunt them up and seek them out to tell it to them, unless it were true. And one learns over again how universal is the appeal of the Christian religion, and in particular the life of our Lord, makes to mankind. I have seen Indians and Eskimo mixed, hearing for the first time the details of the Passion, stirred to as great indignation as was that barbarian chieftain who laid his hand on his sword and cried, "Would I and my men had been there!" Or those western cowboys, so the story runs, bred in illiteracy and irreligion, to whose children a schoolteacher had given an account of the same great events, and who rode up to the schoolhouse the next day with guns and ropes and asked, "Which way did them blamed Jews go?" The medicine man lies low, may himself profess acceptance of the new teaching, may even really accept it, for it is very hard, indeed, to follow and judge all the mental processes of an Indian. Yes, though it expressly sweep all his devils away, out of the sick, out of the wind and storm, from off every grave mound, though it leave him no paltry net-tearing or trap-springing sprite to work upon with his conjurations, yet the old superstition dies hard, often crops up when one had thought it perished, and even sometimes maintains itself sub rosa, side by side with definite, regular Christian worship. The Arctic explorer Stephenson, a careful and accurate observer who has had exceptional opportunities for observation of the intimate life of the Eskimo, has written much lately of the grafting of Christianity upon native superstition, and the existence of both together, as though it were some new thing or newly noticed by himself. Yet every one familiar with the history of Christianity knows that it has characterized the progress of religion in all ages. There was never a people yet that did not in great measure do this thing, nor is it reasonable to suppose that it could have been otherwise. It is impossible to make a tabula rasa of men's minds. It is impossible to uproot customs of immemorial antiquity without leaving some rootlets behind. And what is acquired joins itself insensibly to what is retained, and either the incongruity is hidden beneath a change of nomenclature or is not hidden at all. Our own social life is threaded through and through with customs and practices which go back to a superstitious origin. The matter is such a commonplace of history that it is bootless to labor it here. A scientist is only a scientist. How that name tends continually to deprecate itself as the pursuit of physical science is divorced more and more completely from a knowledge of literature, from a knowledge of the humanities, and a scientist is a poor guide to an acquaintance with man, civilized or uncivilized. To come to the study of any race of man, even the most primitive, without some knowledge of all the long history of man, of all the long history of man's thoughts, man's methods, man's strivings, man's accomplishments, man's failures, is to come so ill-equipped that no just conclusions are likely to be reached. Your exclusive scientist, and such are most of them today, may be competent to deal with circles and triangles, with wheels and levers, with cells and glands, with germs and bacilla and microorganisms generally, with magnetos and dynamos, with all the heavenly host if you like, but he has no equipment to deal with man. Somatic anthropology, in particular, tends to assume in some quarters such an over-importance that one falls back upon the recollection that the original head measurers were hatters, and that all hatters are proverbially mad. The occupation would seem to carry the taint. It was with much pleasure that I was able to hold out hope to Chief Isaac of the mission and the school he desired so earnestly for his people. It must not be supposed that all of them were in the completely unevangelized state which has been dwelt upon, that to all of them the teaching of those 2 full days was novel. Some of them, like the chief himself, had been across to the Yukon long ago, and still bore some trace of the early labors of the Church of England missionaries to whom this region of Alaska that adjoins Canada is so much indebted. Others had once been to the Stuck upon the occasion of a visit from our missionary at Eagle, and had received instruction from him. But there were many present in that tent who had never seen any missionary, never had any teaching, to whom it was wholly new, save as they might have picked up some inkling from those that had been more fortunate. When we left this encampment, Isaac sent 2 of his young men to guide us, with a sled drawn by 3 or 4 small dogs, so gaily caparisoned with taffy and ribbons, tinsel and pompons, that they might have been circus dogs. Here again is evidence of this tribe's affinity with the Upper Yukon natives, and so with those of the Mackenzie. I never saw the taffy, a broad, bright, ornamented cloth that lies upon the dog's back under his harness on the Middle Yukon. It is characteristic of the Peel River Indians who come across by the Rampart House and Lapeer House. A few hours' journey brought us to the Tanana River again, which we crossed, and took a portage on the other side that went up a long defile and then along a ridge and then down another long defile until at night we reached the native village at Lake Mansfield. A picturesque spot, for the lake is entirely surrounded by mountains except on the side which opens to the river. Here the Alaskan Range and the Tanana River have approached so close that the water almost washes the base of the foothills, and the scenery is as fine and bold as any in Alaska. And here, at Lake Mansfield, if only there were navigable connection between the lake and the river into which it drains, would be an admirable place for a mission station. A couple of hours next day took us the 7 remaining miles to the Tanana crossing. Here at that time was a station of the military telegraph connecting Valdez on the coast with Fort Egbert, Eagle, on the Yukon, a line maintained at enormous expense purely for military purposes. It passed through an almost entirely uninhabited country in which perhaps scarcely a dozen messages would originate in a year. The telegraph line and Fort Egbert itself are now abandoned. Strategic considerations constitute a vague and variable quantity. It was strange to find this little station with 2 or 3 men of the Signal Corps away out here in the wilderness. Their post was supplied by mule-pack train from Fort Egbert more than 200 miles away, and they told me that only 10 pounds out of every 100 that left Fort Egbert reached the crossing, so self-limited is a pack train through such country. We amused ourselves calculating just how much farther mules and men could go until they ate up all they could carry. The Tanana crossing is a central spot for the Indians of this region. 2 days' journey up the river was the village of the Tetlin Indians. 2 days' journey into the mountain range were the Mantasta Indians. 2 days' journey across towards the Yukon were the Ketchumstock Indians. Most of them would congregate at this spot for certain parts of the year, should we plant a mission there, and despite the picturesque situation of Lake Mansfield, it looked as if the crossing were the best point for building. Our route lay northeast across country to 40 Mile on the Yukon, 250 miles away, along the trail for the greater part of the distance by which the mule train reached the Tanana crossing. The first 5 miles was all uphill, a long, stiff, steady climb to the crest of the mountain that rises just behind the crossing. We had to take it slowly, with frequent stops, so steep was the grade, and every now and then we got tantalizing glimpses through the timber of the scene that spread wider and wider below us. Bend after bend of the Tanana River unfolded itself. The Alaskan Range gave peak after peak. There lay Lake Mansfield, deep in its amphitheater of hills, with the Indian village at its head. At last, my impatience for the view that promised made me leave the boys. We still had Isaac's young men, and push on alone to the top. And it was indeed by far the noblest view of the winter, one of the grandest and most extensive panoramas I had ever seen in my life. Perhaps 3 miles away as the crow flies from the river, and 1,750 feet above it as the aneroid gave it, we were already on the watershed, and everywhere in the direction we were traveling, the wide-flung draws and gullies of the 40-mile river stretched out. So clear and beautiful a display of the beginnings of a great drainage system that my attention was arrested, notwithstanding my eagerness for the sight that awaited my turning around. But it was upon turning around and looking in the direction from which we had come that the grandeur and sublimity entered into the scene. There was indeed no one great dominating feature in this prospect as in the view of Denali from the rampart portage, but the whole background, bounding the vision completely, was one vast wall of lofty white peaks, stretching without a break for 100 miles. Enormous cloud masses rose and fell about this barrier, now unfolding to reveal dark chasms and glittering glaciers, now enshrouding them again. In the middle distance, the Tanana River wound and twisted its firm white line amidst broken patches of snow and timber far away to either hand, and, where glacial affluents discharged into it, were finer thread-like lines that marked the many mouths. The thick spruce mantling the slope in the foreground gave a somber contrast to the fields of snow, and the yellow March sunshine was poured over all the wide landscape, save where the great clouds contended with the great mountains. The boys had stopped to build a fire and brew some tea before leaving the timber, and I was glad of it, for it gave me the chance to gaze my fill upon the inspiring and fascinating scene in the pleasant warmth of the mountain top, with the thermometer at 30 degrees in the shade and just 12 degrees higher in the sunshine. How grateful I was for the clear, bright day. What a disappointment it has been again and again to reach such an eminence and see nothing. It was the most extensive view of the great Alaskan range I had ever secured. That long line of sharp peaks that stretches and broadens from the coast inland until it culminates in the highest point of the North American continent and then curves its way back to the coast again. Of course, what lay here within the vision was only a small part of one arm of the range. It stopped far short of Denali on the one hand and Mount Sanford on the other, though it included Mount Kimball and Mount Hayes. Yet it was the most impressive sight of a mountain chain I had ever beheld. It was a sight to be glad and grateful for, to put high amongst one's joyful remembrances. And with this notable sight, we bade farewell to the Tanana Valley. Down the hill we went into 40-mile water and into a rolling country crossed by the military mule trail. If the morning had been glorious, the evening was full of penance. Long before night, our feet were sore from slipping and sliding into those wretched mule tracks. One cannot take one's eyes from the trail for a moment. Every footstep must be watched, and even then one is continually stumbling. We were able, however, to rig our team with a double hitch that is so much more economical of power than the tandem hitch, whenever the width of the trail permits it. We now carry a convertible rig so that on narrow trails or in deep snow we can string out the dogs one in front of the other, and when the trail is wide enough can hitch them side by side. Seal, the Great Dane pup we got at the Salchikat, was a good and strong puller, but he had no coat and no sense. It is bad enough to have no coat in this country, but to have no coat and no sense is fatal, as he found. His feet were continually sore, and he had to be specially provided for at night if it were at all cold, a dog utterly unsuited to Alaska. 30 miles of such going as has been described is tiring in the extreme, and when we reached the lone cabin, behold, 15 Indians camped about it, for whom, when supper was done, followed 2 hours of teaching and the baptism of 6 children. I would have liked to have stayed a day with them, but if we were to spend Palm Sunday at 40 Mile and Easter at Eagle as had been promised, the time remaining did no more than serve, and there was a large band of Indians to visit at Ketchumstock. The next day took us into and across the Ketchumstock Flats, a wide basin surrounded by hills and drained by the Mosquito Fork of the 40 Mile. The telegraph line, supported on tripods against the summer yielding of the marshy soil, cut straight across country. This basin and the hills around form one of the greatest caribou countries, perhaps, in the world. All day we had passed fragments of the long fences that were in use in times past by the Indians for driving the animals into convenient places for slaughter. The annual migration of the vast herd that roams the section of Alaska between the Yukon and the Tanana rivers swarms over this flat and through these hills, and we were told at the Ketchumstock telegraph station by the Signal Corps men that they estimated that upward of 100,000 animals crossed the Mosquito Fork the previous October. The big game of Alaska is not yet seriously diminished, though there was need for the legal protection that has of late years been given. It is probable that more caribou and young moose are killed every year by wolves than by hunters. Only in the neighborhood of a considerable settlement is there danger of reckless and wasteful slaughter, and some attention is paid by game wardens to the markets of such places. The mountain sheep stands in greater danger of extermination than either caribou or moose. Its meat, the most delicious mutton in the world, as it has been pronounced by epicures, brings a higher price than other wild meat, and it is easy to destroy a band completely. The sheep on the mountains of the Alaskan range nearest to Fairbanks have, it is said, been very greatly diminished, and that need not be wondered at when one sees sled load after sled load, aggregating several tons of meat, brought in at one shipment. The law protecting the sheep probably needs tightening up. The big game is a great resource to all the people of the country, white and native. It is no small advantage to be able to take one's gun in the fall and go out in the valleys and kill a moose that will suffice for one man's meat almost the whole winter, or go into the hills and kill 4 or 5 caribou that will stock his larder equally well. The fresh, clean meat of the wilds has to most palates far finer flavor than any cold storage meat that can be brought into the country. And save at 1 or 2 centers of population and distribution, cold storage meat is not available at all. Without its big game, Alaska would be virtually uninhabitable. Therefore, most white men are content that the necessary measures be taken to prevent the wasteful slaughter of the game, for the rights of the prospector and trapper and traveler, and the rights of the natives to kill at any time what is necessary for food, are explicitly reserved. End of Chapter 9, Part 2. Chapter 9, Part 3 of 10,000 Miles with a Dog Sled by Hudson Stuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Chapter 9, Part 3. We reached the village and telegraph post of Ketchumstock for the night, only to find all the natives gone hunting. But since they had gone in the direction of Chicken Creek, towards which we were traveling, we were able to catch up with them the next morning without going far out of our way. While we were pitching our tent near the encampment, came 2 or 3 natives with dog teams, and as the dogs hesitated to pass our dogs, loose on the trail, a voluble string of curses in English fell from the Indian lips. Such is usually the first indication of contact with white men, and in this case it spoke of the proximity of the mining on Chicken Creek. To discover the women chewing tobacco was to add but another evidence of the sophistication of this tribe, a different people from Chief Isaac's tribe, different through many years' familiarity with the whites at these diggings. If the mission to be built at the crossing tends to keep these Indians on the Tanana River and thus away from the demoralization of the diggings, it will do them solid service. In some way, foul and profane language falls even more offensively from Indians than from whites, for the same reason perhaps that it sounds more offensive and shocking from children than from adults. Sometimes the Indian does not in the least understand the meaning of the words he uses. They are the first English words he ever heard, and he hears them over and over again. So here another day and a half was spent in instruction. There are some 40 souls in this tribe, and they have had teaching from time to time, though not in the last few years, at the mouths of missionaries from Yukon posts. Most of the adults had been baptized. I baptized 16 children. One curious feature of my stay was the megaphonic recapitulation of the heads of the instruction, after each session, by an elderly Indian who stood out in the midst of the tents. What on earth this man, with his town crier voice, was proclaiming at such length we were at a loss to conjecture, and upon inquiry were informed, "Them women not much sense. 1 time tell 'em, quick forget. 2 time tell 'em, maybe little remember." So when we stopped for dinner and for supper and for bed, each time this brazen-lunged spieler stood forth and reiterated the main points of the discourse for the harem, as Doty would say, whose account of the attitude of the Arabs to their women often reminds me of the Alaskan Indians. It was interesting, but I should have preferred to edit the recapitulation. When all was done for the day and we thought to go to bed, came an Indian named Bum-Eyed Bob. These white man's nicknames, however dreadful, are always accepted and used, for a long confabulation about the affairs of the tribe. And I gathered incidentally that gambling at the telegraph station had been the main diversion of the winter. It seems ungracious to insist so much upon the evil influence of the white men. We had been cordially received and entertained at that very place, and our money refused. But there is little doubt that the abandonment of the telegraph line will be a good thing for these natives. Put 2 or 3 young men of no special intellectual resource or ambition down in a lonely spot like this, with no society at all save that of the natives and practically nothing to do, and there is a natural and almost inevitable trend to evil. To the exceptional man with the desire of promotion, with books and all this leisure, it would be an admirable opportunity. But he would be quite an exceptional man who should rise altogether superior to the temptations to idleness and debauchery. One may have true and deep sympathy with these young men, and yet be conscious of the harm they often bring about. 10 miles or so from the encampment brought us to Chicken Creek, and from that point we took the 40-mile river. The direct trail to Eagle with its exasperating mule tracks was now left, and our journey was on the ice. But so warm was the weather that 16th of March that we were wet foot all day, and within the space of 8 hours that we were traveling we had snow, sleet, rain, and sunshine. Leaving the main river, we turned up Walker Fork, and after a few miles, leaving that, we turned up Jack Wade Creek, and pursued it far up towards its head ere we reached the roadhouse for the night. We were now on historic ground, so far as gold mining in Alaska is concerned. The 40-milers bear the same pioneer relation to gold mining in the north that the 49ers bear to gold mining in California. Ever since 1886, placers have been worked in this district, and it still yields gold, though the output and the number of men are alike much reduced. It is interesting to talk with some of the original locators of this camp, who may yet be found here and there in the country, and to learn of the conditions in those early days, when a steamboat came up the Yukon once in a season, bringing such supplies and mail as the men received for the year. It was here that the problem of working frozen ground was first confronted and solved. Here that the first miners' law was promulgated. The first miners' meeting dealt out justice. Your old-timer anywhere is commonly laudator temporis acti, but there is good reason to believe that these early and certainly most adventurous gold miners, some of whom forced a way into the country when there were no routes of travel, and subsisted on its resources while they explored and prospected it, were men of a higher stamp than many who have come in since. The extent to which that early prospecting was carried is not generally known, for these men, after the manner of their kind, left no record behind them. There are few creek beds that give any promise at all in the whole of this vast country that have not had some holes sunk in them. Even in districts so remote as the Koyokuk, signs of old prospecting are encountered. When a stampede took place in the Red Mountain or Indian River country of the Middle Koyokuk in 1911-12, I was told that there was not a creek in the camp that did not show signs of having been prospected long before, although it had passed altogether out of knowledge that this particular region had ever been visited by prospectors. As the 40-mile is the oldest gold camp in the north, some of its trail making is of the best in Alaska. In particular, the trail from the head of Jack Wade Creek down into Steel Creek reminded one of the Alpine roads in its bold, not to say daring, engineering. It drops from bench to bench in great sweeping curves, always with a practicable grade, and must descend nigh 1,000 feet in a couple of miles. At the mouth of Steel Creek we are on the 40-mile river again, having saved a day's journey by this traverse. And here on the 40-mile we passed several men sniping on the bars, as the very first Alaskan gold miners did on this same river, and probably on these same bars, 25 years ago. One hand moved the rocker to and fro, and the other poured water into it with the long tom. So was the gold washed out of the gravel taken from just below the ice. It was interesting to see this primitive method still in practice and to learn from the men that they were making better than wages. The 40-mile is a very picturesque but most tortuous river. In one place, called appropriately the Kink, I was able to clamber over a ridge of rocks and reach another bend of the river in 6 or 7 minutes, and then had to wait 25 minutes for the dog team, going at a good clip, to come around to me. At length we reached the spot where a vista cut through the timber that clothes both banks, marked the 141st meridian, the international boundary, and passed out of Alaska into British territory. A few miles more brought us to Moose Creek, where a little Canadian custom house is situated, and there we spent the night. The next day we reached the Yukon. passing gold dredges laid up for the winter and other signs of still persisting mining activity, going through the narrow wild canyon of the 40 Mile, and so to the little town at its mouth of the same name, where there is a mission of the Church of England and a post of the Royal Northwest Mounted Police. I never come into contact with this admirable body of men without wishing that we had a similar body charged with the enforcement of the law in Alaska. Sunday was spent there officiating for the layman in charge of the mission, and in interesting talk with the sergeant of police about the annual winter journey from Dawson to Fort McPherson on the Mackenzie, from which he had just returned with a detail of men. The next winter, he and his detail lost their way, and starved and froze to death on the same journey. Here at one time was a flourishing Indian mission and school, and here Bishop Bompas, the true apostle of the North, lived for some time. The story of this man's 45 years' single-eyed devotion to the Indians of the Yukon and Mackenzie rivers is one of the brave chapters of missionary history. But the Church of England does not advertise. Writers about Alaska, even writers about Alaskan missions, carefully collect all the data of the early Russian missions on the coast, but ignore altogether the equally influential and lasting work done along 500 miles of what is now the American Yukon by the missionary clergy of the English Church before and after the purchase. Bishop Bompas identified himself so closely with the natives as to become almost one of them in the eyes of the white men, and many curious stories linger amongst the old-timers as to his habits and appearance. It is interesting to know that the bishop was a son of that Sergeant Bompas of the English bar, from whom Dickens drew the character of Sergeant Buzzfuzz, counsel for the plaintiff in the famous suit of Bardell versus Pickwick. But the natives have all left 40 Mile, some to the large village of Moosehide just below Dawson, some to Eagle. The town, too, like all the Upper Yukon towns, is much decayed. The custom house, the police barracks, the company's store, the roadhouse, and the little mission, embracing nearly all its activities and housing nearly all its population. There is always some feeling of satisfaction in reaching the broad highway of the Yukon again, even though rough ice make bad going, and one of the most notorious dirty roadhouses in the north hold its menace over one all day and amply fulfill it at night. There is indeed so little travel on the river now that it does not pay anyone to keep a roadhouse save as incidental to a steamboat wood camp and summer fishing station. 2 short days' travel brought us across the international boundary again to Eagle in Alaska, where at that time Fort Egbert was garrisoned with 2 companies of soldiers. Eagle and Fort Egbert together, for the one begins where the other ends, have perhaps the finest and most commanding situation of any settlement on the Yukon River. The mountains rise with dignity just across the water and break pleasingly into the valley of Eagle Creek, a few miles upstream. To the rear of the town, an inconsiderable flat does but give space and setting before the mountains rise again, while just below the military post stands the bold and lofty bluff called the Eagle Rock, with Mission Creek winding into the Yukon at its foot. Robert Louis Stevenson said that Edinburgh has the finest situation of any capital in Europe, and pays for it by having the worst climate of any city in the world. It would not be just to paraphrase this description with regard to Eagle, for while it is unsurpassed on the Yukon for sight, there are spots on that river where still more disagreeable weather prevails. Yet it cannot be denied that the position of the place subjects it to exceedingly bitter winds, or that the valley of Eagle Creek, which gives pleasing variety to the prospect, acts also as a channel to convey the full force of the blast. Climate everywhere is a very local thing. Topographical considerations often altogether outweigh geographical, and nowhere is this truer than in Alaska. Commanding sites are necessarily exposed sites, and he who would dwell in comfort must build in seclusion. A native village of 80 or 90 souls, with its church and school, lies 3 miles upstream from the town, so that the relative positions of village, town, and military post exactly duplicate those at Tanana. It must at once be stated, however, that this situation has not led to anything like the demoralization amongst the natives at Eagle that thrust itself into notice at the other place. Whether it were the longer training in Christian morals that lay behind these people, or, better hap, in the matter of post commanders, certainly there was never such scandalous irregularity and indifference at Egbert as marked one administration at Gibbon, or the vigilance during a number of consecutive years of an especially active deputy marshal, and the wisdom and concern through an even longer period of a commissioner much above the common stamp, or all these causes combined, the natives at Eagle have not suffered from the proximity of soldiers and civilians in the same measure as the natives at Tanana. Drunkenness and debauchery there have been again and again, but they have been severely checked and restrained by both the civil and military authorities. It was pleasant during Holy Week and Easter to see so many of the enlisted men of the garrison taking part in the services in town. Pleasant especially to see officers and men singing together in the choir, a tribute to the tact and zeal of the earnest laymen in charge of this mission, and it was pleasant at the village to hear the native liturgy again, and to see old men and women following the lessons in the native Bible. Fort Egbert is abandoned now, another addition to the melancholy of the Yukon. Its extensive buildings, barracks, and officers' quarters, post exchange and commissariat, hospital, sawmill, and artisan shops, a spacious, complete gymnasium only recently built, are all vacant and deserted. In the yards lie 3,000 cords of dry wood, a year's supply. Cut on the hills, awaiting the expected annual contracts, lie as many more, 6,000 cords of wood left to rot. Some of us perverse conservationists, upon whom the unanimous Alaskan press delights to pour scorn, lament the trees more than the troops. One may write thus and yet have many pleasant personal associations with the post and those who have lived there. A large and varied military acquaintanceship is acquired by regular visits to these Alaskan forts, for the whole command changes every 2 years. If one stayed in the country long enough, one would get to know the whole United States Army, as regiment after regiment spent its brief term of foreign service in the North. Gazing upon the empty quarters, the occasion of my first visit came back vividly, when there was diphtheria amongst the natives at Circle and none to cope with it save the missionary nurse. The civil codes containing no provision for quarantine, the United States Commissioner at Circle could not help, and the Indians grew restive and rebellious, and when Christmas came, broke through the restrictions completely. Even some of the whites of the place defied her prohibition and attended native dances and encouraged the Indians in their self-willed folly. So I went up the week's journey to Eagle and sought assistance from Major Plummer, the officer commanding the post, who, after telegraphing to Washington, promptly dispatched a hospital steward and a couple of soldiers and placed them entirely at the nurse's disposal. "I don't think we have any law for it," he said, "but we'll bluff it out." And bluff it out they did, very effectively, until the disease was stamped out, and then they thoroughly disinfected and whitewashed every cabin that had been occupied by the sick. I used to tell that nurse that, so far as I knew, she was the only woman who had ever had command of United States soldiers. Then there was Captain Langdon of the same regiment, the scholarly soldier, with the account of every great campaign in history at his fingers' ends. I recollect one evening when we had been talking of the Peninsular War, I ventured to spring on him the ancient schoolboy conundrum. What lines are those, the most famous ever made by an Englishman, yet that are never quoted? Lines, said he, lines, though I don't think he had ever heard the jest. They must be the lines of Torres Vedras. How well I remember the musical box that used to arouse me at 7 in the morning, however late we had sat talking the night before. And that young lieutenant of wealthy New York people just arrived from West Point, who was sent by another commandant to report upon the condition of the natives at the village, and who came back and reported the whole population in utter destitution, and recommended the issue of free rations to them all. As a matter of fact, during the administration of this commanding officer, some 16 or 18 persons were put upon the list for gratuitous grub, and it took a written protest to get them off. for no one who has the welfare of the natives at heart can tolerate the notion of making them paupers. These who have always fended abundantly for themselves and can entirely do so yet. With free rations, there would be no more hunting, no more trapping, no more fishing, and a hardy, self-supporting race would sink at once to sloth and beggary and forget all that made men of them. If it were designed to destroy the Indian at a blow, here is an easy way to do it. Yet there are some obsessed with the craze about what is called education, regarding it as an end in itself and not as a means to any end, who recommend this pauperizing because it would permit the execution of a compulsory school attendance law. Or is it a personal delusion of mine that esteems an honest, industrious, self-supporting Indian who cannot read and write English above one who can read and write English and can do nothing else, and so separates me from many who are working amongst the natives? These days at the end of March, when the sun shines more than 12 hours in the 24, are too long for the ordinary winter day's 25 miles or so, and yet not quite long enough, even if man and dogs could stand it, to double the stage, so that there is much daylight leisure at roadhouses. One grows anxious, after 4 months on the trail, to be done with it, to draw as quickly as may be to one's thawing out place. One even becomes a little impatient of the continual dog talk and mining talk of the roadhouses to which one has listened all the winter. On the other hand, the traveling is very pleasant, and the going usually very good, so that one may often ride on the sled for long stretches. By river and portage, one portage that comes so finely down to the Yukon from a bench that there is pleasure in anticipating the view it affords, in 2 days we reached the Nation Roadhouse, just below the mouth of the Nation River, a name that has always puzzled me. Here all night long the wolves howling around the carcass of a horse kept our dogs awake, and the whimpering of the dogs kept us awake. The country beyond the Yukon to the northeast, the large area included between the Yukon and the Porcupine, into which the Nation River offers passage, is one of the wildest and least known portions of Alaska, abounding in game and beasts of prey. At the Charlie River we visited the native village and held service and instruction as well as inadequate interpretation permitted. Round Coal Creek and Woodchopper Creek the scenery becomes bold and attractive. But we found, as usual, that as we pushed farther and farther down the river, the snow was deeper and the going not so good. The sun grows very bright upon the snow these days of late March and early April. Even through heavily tinted glasses, it inflames the eyes more or less, and a couple of hours without protection would bring snow blindness. Bright days at this season are the only days in all the year when the camera shutter may be used at its full speed. When the sun comes out after a flurry of new snow in April, the light is many times greater than in midsummer. We reached Circle in a day and a half from Woodchopper Creek, in time to spend Sunday there. Circle had not changed much in the 5 years that had elapsed since the first visit to it mentioned in these pages. The slender trellis of the wireless telegraph had added a prominent feature to its riverbank. A few more empty cabins had been torn down for firewood. Here it was necessary to shoot the Great Dane pup we got at the Salchiquet. His feet were still very sore and he quite useless for the next winter, while Doc was returned to me from Fairbanks not much the worse for his severe frostbite. Indian after Indian begged for the dog, but I had more regard for him than to turn him over to the tender mercies of an Indian. There are exceptional Indians, but for my part I would rather be a dead dog than an ordinary Indian's dog. So he died. There remained the 75 or 80 miles through the Yukon Flats to Fort Yukon, always the most dangerous stretch of the river, and at this season, when the winter's trail was beginning to break up, particularly so. It would be entirely practicable to cut a land trail that should not touch the river at all, or not at more than one point, between Circle and Fort Yukon, and such a portage besides removing all the danger would save perhaps 20 miles. In many places it was necessary for one of us to go ahead with an axe, constantly sounding and testing the ice. Here and there we made a circuit around open water into which the ice that bore the trail had collapsed bodily. One of them a particularly ugly place with black water 20 feet deep running at 6 or 7 miles an hour. I never passed this stretch of river without a feeling of gratitude that I am safely over it once more. As we left the halfway island, we passed an Indian from Fort Yukon going up the river with dogs and toboggan, and I chuckled, as I returned his very polite salutation and shook hands with him, at the success of the way he had been dealt with the previous fall, for he had been a particularly churlish fellow with an insolent manner. 6 or 7 years before, he had been taken by Captain Amundsen of the Joa as guide along this stretch of the river. It will be remembered that when that skillful and fortunate navigator had reached Herschel Island from the east, he left his ship in winter quarters and made a rapid journey with Eskimo across country to Fort Yukon, expecting to find a telegraph station there from which he could send word of his success. But to his disappointment he found it necessary to go 230 miles farther up the river to Eagle before he could dispatch his message. So he left his Eskimo at Fort Yukon and took this Indian as guide. And in his modest and most interesting book he mentions the man's surliness and says he was glad to get rid of him at Circle. Some new outbreak of insolence for which he had been flung out of a store decided that he must be dealt with, and I sent for him, for the chief, the native minister, and the interpreter. With these assessors beside me and Captain Amundsen's book open on the table, I spoke to the man of his general conduct and reputation. I read the derogatory remark about him in the book printed for all the world to read, and told him that of all the people, white and native, the captain had met on his journeys, only one was spoken of harshly, and he was the one. It made a great impression on the man. The chief and the native minister followed it up with their harangues, and the net result was a thorough change in his whole attitude and demeanor. He told us he felt the shame of being held up to the world as rude and impudent, and would try to amend. He has tried so successfully that he is now one of the politest and most courteous Indians in the village, for which, if this should ever chance to reach Captain Amundsen's eye, I trust he will accept our thanks. Fort Yukon, where the headquarters of the Archdeaconry of the Yukon are now fixed, grows in native population and importance. A new and sightly church, a new schoolhouse, a new two-story mission house, a medical missionary and a nurse in residence, as well as a native clergyman, mark the Indian metropolis of this region and perhaps of all interior Alaska. Self-government is fostered amongst the people by a village council elected annually that settles native troubles and disputes and takes charge of movements for the general good and of the relief of native poverty. The resident physician has been appointed justice of the peace, and there is effort to enforce the law of the land at a place where every man has been a law unto himself. But it is a very slow and difficult matter to enforce law in this country at all, and more particularly at these remote points. And the class of white men who are to be found around native villages, many of whom fear not God, neither regard man, pursue their debauchery and deviltry long time unwhipped. End of chapter 9, part 3. Chapter 10, part 1 of 10,000 Miles with a Dog Sled by Hudson Stuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Chapter 10, Part 1. From the Tanana River to the Kuskokwim, thence to the Iditarod mining camp, thence to the Yukon, and up that river to Fort Yukon. The discovery of gold on the Innoko in the winter of 1906 and 7, and the strike on the Iditarod, a tributary of the Innoko, some 3 years later, opened up a new region of Alaska. It is characteristic of a gold discovery in a new district that it sets men feverishly to work prospecting all the adjacent country, and sends them as far afield from it as the new base of supplies will allow them to stretch their tether. A glance at the map will show that the Innoko and Iditarod country lies between the two great rivers of Alaska, the Yukon and the Kuskokwim, much lower down the Yukon than any of the earlier gold discoveries. That is to say that while the Tanana goldfields lie off the middle Yukon, the Circle fields off the upper Yukon, the Iditarod camp belongs to the lower river. The Innoko workings were not extensive nor very rich, but they furnished a base for prospecting from which the Iditarod was reached, and Flat Creek, in the latter district, promised to be wonderfully rich. Immediately upon the news of this strike reaching the other camps of the interior, preparations were made far and wide for migrating thither upon the opening of Yukon navigation, and the early summer of 1910 saw a wild stampede to the Iditarod. Saloon keepers, storekeepers, traders of all kinds, and the ragtag and bobtail that always flocked to a new camp were on the move so soon as the ice went out. From Dawson, from the 40 Mile, from Circle, from Fairbanks, from the Koyokuk, and as soon as Bering Sea permitted, from Nome. All sorts of craft bore all sorts of people to the new El Dorado, while the first through steamboats from the outside were crowded with people from the Pacific coast eager to share in the opportunity of wealth. The sensational magazines had been printing article after article about the incalculable riches of Alaska, and here were people hoping to pick some of it up. Iditarod City sprang into life as the largest city of the interior. The center of gravity of the population of the interior of Alaska was shifted 1,000 miles in a month. Iditarod City furnished a new and large base of supplies. Amidst the heterogeneous mass of humanity that swarmed into the place, though by no means the largest element in it, were experienced prospectors from every other district in Alaska. Under the iniquitous law that then prevailed and has only recently been modified, by which there was no limit at all to the number of claims in a district which one man could stake for himself and others, every creek adjacent to Flat Creek, every creek for many miles in every direction, had long since been tied up by the men with lead pencils and hatchets. So the newly arrived prospectors must spread out yet wider, and they were soon scattered over all the rugged 100 miles between Iditarod City and the Kuskokwim River. Here and there they found prospects, and here and there what promised to be pay. They started a new town, Georgetown, on the Kuskokwim itself. Another town sprang up on the Takatna, a tributary of the Kuskokwim, and the great commercial company of Alaska, ever alert for new developments, put a steamboat on the Kuskokwim and built trading posts at both these points. Thus, the Kuskokwim country, which for long had been one of the least known portions of Alaska, was opened up almost at a stroke. It was my purpose to visit Iditarod City during the winter of 1910 and 11, although, by reason of the distance to be traveled, a journey thither would involve the omission of the customary winter visit to Upper Yukon points. When the northern trip to the Koyokuk was returned from at Tanana, a sad journey had to be made to Nenana to bury the body of Miss Farthing, and Dr. Loomis, missionary physician at Tanana, who accompanied me on this errand, had almost as rough a breaking into the Alaska Trail as we came back to Tanana again as Dr. Burke had in our journey over the first ice of the Koyokuk 2 years before. 2 feet of new snow lay on the trail, and the thermometer went down to 60 degrees below zero. We were camped once on the mail trail, unable to reach a roadhouse, at 50 degrees below zero. From Tanana, the beaten track to the Iditarod lay 160 miles down the Yukon to Lewis's Landing, and then across country by the Lewis Cutoff 100 miles to Dishkaket on the Innoko, and thence across country another 100 miles to Iditarod City. But I designed to penetrate to the Iditarod by another route. I had long desired to visit Lake Minchumina and its little band of Indians, and to pass through the upper Kuskokwim country. So I had engaged a Minchumina Indian as a guide, and laid my course up the Tanana River to the Kashchiket, and then due south across country to Lake Minchumina and the upper Kuskokwim. The Kasna is a small stream confluent with the Tanana, about 30 miles above the mouth of that river, and we had hoped to reach it by the river trail upon the same day we left the mission at Tanana, the 18th of February, 1911. But the trail was too heavy and the going too slow, and the start too late. When we had reached Fish Creek, about halfway, it was already growing dark, and we were glad to stop in a native cabin where was an old widow woman with a blind daughter. The daughter, unmarried, had a little baby, and I inquired through Walter who the father was and whether the girl had willingly received the man or if he had taken advantage of her blindness. She named an unmarried Indian, known to me, and declared that she had not been consenting. It seemed a paltry and contemptible trick to take advantage of a fatherless blind girl. I baptized the baby and resolved to make the man marry the girl. The next night we reached the Kashtiket, which, following the Indian rule, means mouth of the Kasna, and found that our guide, Minchumina John, had already relayed a load of grub that Walter had previously brought here from Tanana, one day's march upon our journey. Our course from the Kashtiket left the Tanana River and struck across country by an old Indian trail that had not been used that winter, through scrubby spruce and over frozen lakes and swamps, crossing the Kasna several times, a narrow little river with high steep banks. The trail went until it brought us to a hunting camp of the Indians about 18 miles from the Kashtiket. Here our stuff was cached, and here we spent the night, doctoring the sick amongst them as well as we could. My eyes had been sorely tried this day, despite dark smoked glasses, for we were traveling almost due south, and the sun was now some hours in the sky, and yet low enough to shine right in one's face. So Walter stopped at a birch tree, stripped some of the bark, and made an eye shade that was great comfort and relief. From this place began the slow work of double tripping. The unbroken snow was too deep to permit the hauling of our increased load over it without a preliminary breaking out of a trail on snowshoes. So camp was left standing, and Walter and John went ahead all day and returned late at night with 8 or 9 miles of trail broken, while I stayed in camp and had dog feed cooked and supper ready. The next day we advanced the camp so far as the trail was broken. A moose had used the trail for some distance, however, since the boys left it, and his great plunging hooves had torn up the snow worse than a horse would have done. A driving wind and heavy snowfall had drifted the new trail in the night so badly, moreover, that we were not able to cover the full stretch that had been snowshoed, but camped in the dusk after we had gone 8 miles. 8 miles in 2 days was certainly very poor travel, and at this rate our supplies would never take us down to the forks of the Kuskokwim. Yet there was no other way in which we could proceed. The weather was exceedingly mild, too mild for comfort, the thermometer ranging from 20 degrees to 25 degrees above, and the dogs felt the unseasonable warmth. It took us all that week to make the watershed between the drainage of the Tanana and the drainage of the Kuskokwim, a point about halfway to Lake Minchimina. One day trail was broken. The next day the loads went forward. Tie the dogs as securely as one would, it was not safe to go off and leave our supplies exposed to the ravages that a broken chain or a slipped collar might bring. So 2 went forward, and I sat down in camp. The boys on their return usually brought with them a few brace of ptarmigan or grouse or spruce hen, or, at the least, a rabbit or so. The camp robbers, to my mind the most interesting of Alaskan birds, became very friendly and tame on these vigils. They stay in the country all the winter, when most birds have migrated, like prosperous mine owners, to less rigorous climates. They turn up everywhere, in the most mysterious way, so soon as one begins to make any preparation for camping, and they are bold and fearless and take all sorts of chances. On this journey, more than once, they alighted on a moving sled and pecked at the dried fish that happened to be exposed. Yet they are so alert and so quick in their movements that it would be difficult to catch them were they actually under one's hand. One of them, during a long day in camp, grew so tame that it pecked crumbs off the toe of my moccasin, and in another day or 2 would, one feels sure, have eaten out of the hand. There is a curious belief, strongly entrenched in the Alaskan mind, that the nest of this most common bird has never been found, and that the Smithsonian Institution has a standing offer of a large sum of money for the discovery. They build in the spruce trees, 10 or 12 feet above the ground, a nest of rough twigs, and lay 5 very small eggs, gray spotted with black. Thus, at any rate, is the description that Walter gives me of a nest he discovered with the bird sitting upon it, and I have found the boys' accounts of such matters entirely trustworthy. It is curious, however, that the nest of a bird so common all over Alaska as the camp robber should be so rarely found. At times they are very mischievous and destructive, and the man who builds a careless cache will often be heard denouncing them. But to my mind, a bird who gives us his enlivening company throughout the dead of an Alaskan winter deserves what pickings he can get. On Saturday, the 25th of February, after climbing a rather stiff hill, we passed temporarily out of Yukon into Kuskokwim waters, for the tributaries of these two great drainage systems interlock in these hills. At the foot of the hill we stopped for lunch. A roaring fire was soon built, and a great cube of beaten snow impaled upon a stake was set up before the fire to drip into a pan for tea water, while the boys roasted rabbits. In a few hours more we were on the banks of one of the tributaries of the East Fork, properly the North Fork, of the Kuskokwim. Here in an unoccupied native cabin we made our camp and lay over Sunday. And here began the most remarkable spell of weather I have known in the interior at this season of the year. The thermometer rose to 37 degrees and then to 40 degrees. The snow everywhere was thawing, and presently it began to rain steadily. It was the first time I had seen a decided thaw in February, let alone rain. Next day the rain turned to snow. But since the thermometer still stood around 40 degrees, the snow melted as it fell, and we were wet through the day. The snow underfoot, however, was so much less and so much harder that we were able to proceed without preliminary trail breaking. But it was a most disagreeable day and the prelude to a more disagreeable night. Soft, wet snow clings to everything it touches. The dogs are soon carrying an additional burden. Balls of snow form on all projecting tufts of hair. Masses of snow must continually be beaten off the sled. Every time a snowshoe is lifted from the ground, it lifts a few pounds of snow with it. One's moccasins and socks are soon wet through, and the feet, encased in the sodden cold covering, grow numb and stay so. We crossed a considerable mountain pass in driving snow, and should never have found the way without John, for much of it was above timber, and when it took us through woods, the blazes on the trees were so bleached with age as to be difficult of recognition. The Indians have used this trail for generations, but few white men have ever passed along it. Wet snow, wet spruce boughs, wet tent, wet wood, wet clothing make poor camping. Waterproof equipment is so rarely needed on the winter trail that one does not bother with it. But the climate of the Kuskokwim Valley is evidently different from that of the rest of the interior, if, as John said, such weather is not remarkable in these parts at this season. A third day was of much the same description. Thawing and heavily snowing all day, the thermometer between 36 degrees and 40 degrees. The labor of going ahead of the teams and breaking trail on snowshoes through slush grew so great that I relinquished it to John and took the handlebars of his sled. We were approaching Lake Minchemina, but the hills that led us into Yukon waters once more and should have given us views of the lake and the great mountains beyond gave nothing. It is a keen disappointment to be utterly denied great views, the expectation of which has been a support through long distances and fatigues. At noon we built a fire with considerable difficulty, but once it was started, we plied it with fuel till we had a noble, roaring bonfire, and we hung our wet socks and moccasins and parkies and caps and mitts around it and stayed there until they were dry, though the resumption of our journey in the continuous melting snow soon wet everything through again. At length, late in the evening of the 28th of February, we descended a long ridge and came upon the northeastern shore of Lake Minchemina, one of the most considerable lakes of interior Alaska. It stretched its broad expanse away into the misty distance, the farther shore quite invisible, the snow driving slowly over it, and it looked as though we had stumbled by mistake upon the shores of the Arctic Ocean. There was no sort of trail upon it, and the snowshoe sank through the melting snow of its surface into the water that lay upon the ice, and brought up a load of slush at every step. Yet the going would have been still worse without them. The recollection of the 6 miles we trudged across that lake is a dismal recollection of utter fatigue, of mechanical lifting and falling of encumbered feet with the recurring feeling that it would be impossible to lift them any more. All across that lake I ate snow, and that and the backache legacy of an old strain are my signs of approaching exhaustion. 4 hours passed ere we heard the noise of dogs and saw the glimmer of a light through the darkness, and the hearts of men and beasts alike leaped to the expectation of rest and shelter. We had feared the village might be deserted and were rejoiced that the Indians were still there. Never was hospitality more grateful than that we had from the little remote band of natives at the Minchemina village. They made a pot of tea and fried some flapjacks for us, and that was our supper, though I think the boys ate some boiled moose meat from a pot on the stove. We had plenty of grub, but were too weary to cook it. We spread our bedding down on the floor amongst a dozen others and fell almost at once into a deep sleep. Almost at once, for the arrival of our 8 dogs had made a commotion amongst the canine population of the place, that after repeated outbreaks of noisy animosity and defiance seemed to turn by common consent into a friendly and most protracted howling contest, in which my Malamute, Muck, plainly outdid all competitors. How much longer the noise would have kept up it is hard to say. Dogs never seemed too tired to howl. But when the limit of Indian patience was reached, an aged crone rolled out of the bed into which she had rolled all standing, seized a staff, and went outdoors to lay it impartially upon the backs of all the disturbers of the peace, domestic and foreign, with a screech that was as formidable as the blows. The rest was silence. The next morning a dozen alarm clocks went off within a few minutes of each other. Every adult in that cabin owned a separate alarm clock, and rose, one supposes, to the summons of no other timepiece. At any rate, the clocks went off at intervals, and the natives arose one by one and seemed hugely to enjoy the clatter. Let one purchase a new thing, and every individual in the community must have one also. But what struck me instantly upon arising was the miraculous transformation that had taken place outdoors. The sun was shining brilliantly through a clear sky. I hastened to dress, and, not waiting for breakfast, seized my camera and started out. The Chinook was over. The sharp, welcome tang of frost was in the air. The snow was hard underfoot. Out upon the gleaming surface of the lake I went for nigh a mile, resolutely refusing to look behind. I knew what vision awaited me when I turned around, had, indeed, caught a slight glimpse as I left the cabin, and I wanted the smooth, open foreground of the lake that I might see it to the best advantage. There is probably no other view of North America's greatest mountain group comparable to that from Lake Minchemina. From almost every other coign of vantage in the interior I had seen it and found it more or less unsatisfying. Only from distant points like the Pedro Dome or the summit between Rampart and Glen Gulch does the whole mass and the uplift of it come into view with dignity and impressiveness. At close range, the peaks seem stunted and inconspicuous, their rounded, retreating slopes lacking strong lines and decided character. But from the lake, the precipitous western face of Denali and Denali's wife rise sheer, revealed by the level foreground of the snow from base to summit. It was indeed a glorious scene. There stood the master peak, seeming a stupendous vertical wall of rock rising 20,000 feet to a splendid sharp crest perhaps some 40 or 50 miles away. There, a little farther to the south, rose the companion mass, a smaller but still enormous elevation of equally savage inaccessibility, while between them, near the base, little sharp peaks stretched like a corridor of ruined arches from mass to mass. One was struck at once by the simple appropriateness of the native names for these mountains. The master peak is Denali, the great one. The lesser peak is Denali's wife, and the little peaks between are the children. And my indignation kindled at the substitution of modern names for these ancient mountain names bestowed immemorially by the original inhabitants of the land. Is it too late to strike Mount McKinley and Mount Foraker from the map? The names were given 15 or 16 years ago only, by one who saw them no nearer than 100 miles. Is it too late to restore the native names contemptuously displaced? The majesty of the scene grew upon me as I gazed, and presently hand went to camera that some record of it might be attempted. But alas for the limitations of photography. I knew, even as I made the exposures, first at 1/100th of a second and then at 1/50th, that there was little hope of securing a picture. The air was yet faintly hazy with thin vapor. The early sun made too acute an angle with the peaks, and the yellow lens screen was left in the hind sack of the sled. It was even as I feared. When developed some months later, the film held absolutely no trace of the mighty mountains that had risen so proudly before it. I promised myself that at noon, when the sun had removed to a greater distance from the mountains and made a more favorable angle with them, I would return and try again. But by noon had come another sudden violent change of the weather, and snow was falling once more. So I got no picture, save the picture indelibly impressed upon my memory, of the noblest mountain scene I had ever gazed upon, which made memorable this 1st of March. Perhaps one of the noblest mountain scenes in the whole world, for one does not recall another so great uplift from so low a base. The marshy flat country that stretches from Minchumina to the mountains cannot be much more than 1,000 feet above the sea. Those awful precipices dropping thousands of feet at a leap, those peaks rising serene and everlasting into the highest heaven, the overwhelming size and strength and solidity of their rocky bulk, all this sank into my heart, and there sprang up once again the passionate desire of exploiting the bowels of them, of creeping along their glaciers and up their icy ridges, of penetrating their hidden chambers, inviolate since the foundation of the world, and maybe scaling their ultimate summits and looking down upon all the earth even as they look down. Men, however, and not mountains, made the immediate demand upon one's interest and attention, and I returned to breakfast and the duties of the day. The Minchumina people are a very feeble folk, some 16 all told at the time of our visit, greatly reduced by the epidemics of the last decade, living remote from all others on the verge of their race's habitat. They trade chiefly at Tanana, 130 miles or so away, walking an annual trip thither with their furs, and owning a nominal allegiance to our mission at that place. It was the first time that any clergyman had ever visited them, and the whole of the day was spent with them, discovering what they knew and trying to teach them a little more. The people sat around on the floor and hung upon the lips of the interpreter. But what a barrier a difference of language is. An interpreter is like a mountain pass, a means of access, but at the cost of time and labor. He does not remove the obstruction. The Minchumina people occupy a fine country that could amply support 10 times the Indian population that now inhabits it. We were, indeed, now entering a country that has been almost depopulated by successive epidemics of contagious diseases. The measles in 1900 slew most of them, and diphtheria in 1906 destroyed all the children and many of the adults that remained. The chief of this little band wore a hat proudly adorned with ribbons and plumes, and flew a flag before his dwelling with the initials of the North American Trading and Transportation Company on it, a defunct Alaskan corporation. We could not learn the origin thereof. The flag and the letters were plainly homemade. It was probably a mere imitation of a flag he had seen years ago at Tanana, copied without knowledge of the meaning of the letters, as the Eskimo often copy into the decoration of their clothing and equipment the legends from canned foods. End of Chapter 10, Part 1. Chapter 10, Part 2 of 10,000 Miles with a Dog Sled by Hudson Stuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Chapter 10, Part 2. Lake Minchumina drains by a fork of the Kantishna River into the Tanana and so into the Yukon. Just beyond the southwestern edge of the lake runs a deep gully for perhaps a mile that leads to another lake called Tissermina, which drains into Minchumina, and just beyond Tissermina is a little height of land, on the other side of which lies Lake Shishwoimina, which drains into the Kuskokwim. So that little height of land is another watershed between Alaska's two great rivers. Lakes Tissorminna and Sichuanminna are not on any maps. Indeed, this region has never been mapped save very crudely from the distant flanks of Denali upon one of Alfred Brooks' early bold journeys into the interior of Alaska on behalf of the Geological Survey. Although the Russians had establishments on the lower Kuskokwim 75 years ago, and the river is the second largest in Alaska and easy of navigation, yet the white man had penetrated very little into this country until the Innoko and Iditarod strikes of 1908 and 1909 respectively. It was our plan to follow the main valley of the Kuskokwim until the confluence of the Takatna with that stream, just below the junction of the main north and south forks of the Kuskokwim, and then strike northwestward across country to the Iditarod. The snow had passed and the sun was bright, and the thermometer around zero all day when we left Minchumina to pursue our journey. The welcome change in the weather had brought a still more welcome change in travel. The decided and continued thaw, followed by sharp cold, had put a crust on the snow that would hold up the dogs and the sled and a man on small trail snowshoes anywhere. Trail making was no longer necessary, and in 2 days we made upward of 50 miles. So much difference does surface make. Across the end of Lake Minchumina, across Tissorminna and Sichuanminna, and a number of lesser lakes we went, following a faint snowshoe trail towards a distant mountain group to the southwest, the Toledo Mountains, at the foot of which lay the Toledo village. On the other hand, to the east and southeast, we had tantalizing glimpses through haze and cloud of the two great mountains, and presently of the lesser peaks of the whole Alaskan range, sweeping its proud curve to the coast. For a long way on the second day we traveled on the flat top of a narrow ridge that must surely have been a lateral moraine of a glacier, what time the ice poured down from the heights and stretched far over this valley. Then through scattered timber, increasing in size and thickness and already displaying character that differed somewhat from the familiar forests of the Yukon. The snowshoe trail we were following was made by a messenger dispatched by the Minchumina people to invite the Toledo people to a potlatch, for the caches were filled with moose meat beyond local consumption. Early on the second day we met him returning and learned that he had gone on yet to another village a day's journey farther, still on our route. The people were all gone hunting from the tiny native hamlet of Toledo, but we entered a cabin and made ourselves at home. We had passed into the region where the Greek church holds nominal sway, of which the icons with little candles before them on the walls gave token. No priest ever visits them, but a native at a village on the South Fork where is a church holds some position analogous to that of a lay reader. The nearest priest is a half-breed, ill spoken of for irregularity of life, some 200 miles farther down the river. The Greek church is relaxing its hold in Alaska, perhaps inevitably, and suffers sadly since the removal of the bishop from Sitka from lack of supervision. Also, we had passed out of Indian country into the land of the Eskimo, for these people, far up towards the head of the river as they were, had yet come at some period from the mouth. We were out of Walter's language range now, and were glad that the bilingual John of the March country was with us to serve as interpreter. Standing proudly up against the wall in one corner of the cabin was a rather pathetic object to my eyes, an elaborate gilt-handled silk umbrella. There needed no one to tell its story. It spoke of a visit to the Yukon with furs to sell and the usual foolish purchase of gay and glittering trash, novel and quite useless. What easy prey these poor people are to the wiles of the trader, said one of them to me recently when I asked the purpose of an annex to his store with a huge billiard table in it, at an exclusive native village. It's to get their money. There's no use trying to fool you. If we can't get it one way, we've got to get it another. This gorgeous silk umbrella was concrete expression of the same sentiment. It was bought outside. It was brought into the country. It was set on exhibition in the store because some trader judged it likely to attract a native eye. No one, white or native, uses an umbrella in interior Alaska. We made 25 miles the next day through a wide open country, well wooded in places with a park-like distribution of trees, unwanted in our travels and attractive. A new species of spruce threw thick branches right down to the ground and tapered up to a perfect cone, each tree apart from the others and surrounded by sward instead of underbrush. There was a dignity about these trees that the common Yukon spruce never attains. Rolling hills of small elevation stretched on either hand and game signs abounded. After 8 hours of such travel, we spoke of camping, but presently saw footprints in the snow and pushed on to the bank of a little river, the Chetilathna, where stood a cabin, a tent, and several high caches. Here, with 2 families that occupied the cabin, we stayed the night. 6 people at this place, 6 at Toledo, 16 at Minchumina, make up all the population of a region perhaps 150 miles square. Yet it is a noble Indian country, one of the most favorable in all the interior, capable of supporting hundreds of people. Signs, indeed, of a much larger occupation of it were not wanting, and all accounts speak of the wholesale destruction of the natives by disease. We were told of a village a little farther up this stream where every living being, save one old man, died of diphtheria 5 years previously, while those who have heard the stories of the horrors of the epidemic of measles in 1900, usually connected in some way with the stampede to Nome of that year when the disease seems to have entered the country, will understand how a region, once thickly peopled, for Alaska, has become the most thinly peopled in all the territory. A half-breed trader, long resident at a point perhaps 200 miles lower down the Kuskokwim, told me of coming back to a populous village after an absence of a few weeks, to find every person dead and the starving dogs tearing at the rotting corpses. It is terrible to think what the eruption of a new disease may mean to these primitive natives. Even a disease like measles, rarely fatal and not commonly regarded as serious amongst whites, takes to itself a strange and awful virulence when it invades this virgin blood. The people know no proper treatment. Maddened by the itching rash that covers the body, they fling off all cover, rush outdoors naked, whatever the weather, and either roll in the snow or plunge into the stream, with the result that the disease strikes in and kills them. Such is the description that is given of its course along the lower Yukon and the Kuskokwim. At many a Yukon village, half the people died, despite the aid the few missionaries then on the river could afford. Upon the Kuskokwim, the havoc seems to have been still greater. 6 years later, death again stalked through this region after having visited the Yukon, and this time seized his victims by the throat. In another chapter has been given some account of an outbreak of diphtheria on the Chandalar, following a more serious epidemic at Circle City and Fort Yukon. It was during that same winter the disease raged in this region, remote from any sort of medical or even intelligent lay aid, and swept off all the children that had been spared by the measles or had been born since that time. At our next stopping place, we saw the graves of 19 children who died in one day. We learned that we were now within one day's travel of a roadhouse, at or near the junction of the forks of the Kuskokwim, and that a government trail had been surveyed and staked from the Iditarod to the Susitna, passing close to the same point, and that during the present winter roadhouses had sprung up along the western portion of it, so that we should not have to make camp again on the way to Iditarod City. All of which Minchumina John had collected from the people in the cabin, and now presented to me as reason why he should be released from further service. I was loath to let him go until we were actually at the roadhouse described, but he wanted to go back to the lake for the potlatch then preparing, and said that 2 days' delay would bar him from the best of the festivities. So I settled with him, giving him $50 of the $60 covenanted to the Iditarod, and grub enough to take him back to the lake, and a rifle, for he was unprovided with firearms, and he went his way back, richly content, to the gorging of unlimited moose meat that awaited him, and the boy and I went ours. So far as merely his company was concerned, I was not sorry to lose him. The old saying holds good upon the trail, that two is company and three is none. He interfered with my boy's lessons. Since he had scarce any English and could not be ignored, the conversation was mainly in Indian. In a word, he pulled the company down to a native level, and I was anxious that Walter's education should proceed. This boy had been with me for 2 years, winter and summer, and it was a great pleasure to witness his gracious development of body, mind, and character. Clean-limbed, smooth-skinned, slender and supple, his Indian blood showing chiefly in a slight swarth of complexion and aquilinity of feature. He now approached his 20th year and began to gain the strength of his manhood and to give promise of more than the average stature and physical power. With only 1 full year's schooling behind him, the year before he came to me, his active intelligence had made such quick use of it that there was good foundation to build upon, and our desultory lessons in camp, reading aloud, writing from dictation, geography and history in such snippets as circumstances permitted, were eagerly made the most of, and his mental horizon broadened continually. Until his 16th year, he had lived amongst the Indians almost exclusively, and had little English and could not read nor write. He was adept in all wilderness arts, an axe, a rifle, a flaying knife, a skin needle with its sinew thread. With all these he was at home. He could construct a sled or a pair of snowshoes, going to the woods for his birch, drying it and steaming it and bending it, and could pitch camp with all the native comforts and amenities as quickly as anybody I ever saw. He spoke the naked truth, and was so gentle and unobtrusive in manner that he was a welcome guest at the table of any mission we visited. Miss Farthing at Nenana had laid her mark deep upon him in the 1 year he was with her. Before he came to me, I had another half-breed for 2 years, and before that there had been a series of full-blooded native boys. I found the half-breed greatly preferable. With full command of the native language, with such insight into the native mind as few white men ever attain, he combines the white man's quickness of apprehension and desire for knowledge, and the companionship had been pleasant and profitable. Both these boys had picked up quickly and efficiently, without the slightest previous experience, the running and the care of the 4-cylinder gasoline engine of the mission launch, and took a great and intelligent interest in all machinery. As an interpreter, the half-breed is far superior to most full-bloods. He takes one's purport immediately. His mind seems to leap from the speaker's mind, not only to follow faithfully, but to anticipate. And the further his English progresses, so much the more excellent interpreter does he become. My heart goes out to the large and rapidly increasing number of these youths of mixed blood in Alaska. It is common to hear them spoken of slightingly and contemptuously. There is what my mind always regards as a damnable epigram current in the country to the effect that the half-breed inherits the vices of both races and the virtues of neither. The white man who utters this saying with a chuckle at his second-hand wit has generally not much virtue to transmit, were virtue heritable. But to thoughtful men nowadays, this talk of the inheritance of virtues and vices is mere folly. The half-breed in Alaska, as elsewhere, is the product of his environment. Often without legitimate father, although in an Indian community where nothing is secret, his parentage is usually well known, he is left for some native woman to support with the aid of her native husband. He is reared with the full-blooded offspring of the couple in the frankness that knows no reserve and the intimacy that knows no restraint of Indian life. The full extent of that frankness and intimacy shocks even the loosest living white man when he first becomes aware of it. Where religion and decency have not been faithfully inculcated, there is no bound to it at all. It is complete. Presently, as his superior intellectual inheritance begins to manifest itself, as he grows up into consciousness that he is different from, and in many ways superior to, the Indians around him, he is naturally drawn to such white society as comes his way. In this book, a good deal has been said, and it may be thought by the reader, said with a good deal of asperity, about the whites who frequent Indian communities and come most into contact with the native people. Yet the more the author sees of this class, the less he is disposed to modify any of the strictures he has put upon it. The low-down white is the subject of one of the most powerful and scathing of Robert Service's ballads, those most unequal productions with their mixture of strength and feebleness, of true and forced notes, the best of which should certainly live amongst the scant literature of the North. And indeed, the spectacle of the man of the higher race, with all the age-long traditions and habits of civilization behind him, descending below the level of the savage, corrupting and debauching the savage, and making this corrupting and debauching the sole exercise of his more intelligent and cultivated mind, is one that has aroused the disgust and indignation of whites in all quarters of the world. Kipling and Conrad have drawn him in the East, Robert Louis Stevenson in the South Sea Islands. Any army officer will draw him for you in the Philippines, which lack as yet their great delineator. Service has not overdrawn him on the Yukon. Now, it is to this man's society, for lack of other white society open to him, that the young half-breed who feels his father's blood stirring within him is drawn and is made welcome. He finds standards even lower, because more sophisticated, than the standards of the Indians themselves. He finds that honesty and morality are a sham, religion a laughingstock. He finds the chastity of women and the honor of men sneeringly regarded as non-existent. He is taught to curse and swear, to talk lewdly, to drink and gamble. He is taught that drunkenness and sensuality are the only enjoyments worth looking forward to, and he soon becomes as vile as his preceptors. The back room of the Indian trader's store is often the scene of this tuition. Barroom, assignation house, gambling hell in one. But let that same youth be taken early in hand by one who has a care for him and will be at some personal pains to train him cleanly and uprightly, and he is as amenable to the good influences as he would be to the bad if they were his sole environment. Conscious all the time of his equivocal position, shy and timid about asserting himself amongst whites, he is easy prey to the viciously as he is apt pupil to the virtuously disposed. What is said here of the male half-breeds applies a fortiori to the female. Unless early taken in hand by the missionary or put under the protection of some church boarding school, and sometimes despite all such care and teaching, the lot of the half-breed girl is a sad one, and some of the lowest and vilest women of the land are of mixed blood. The half-breed is assuredly to be reckoned with in the future of Alaska. He is here to stay. He is here in increasing numbers. He is the natural leader of the Indian population. There seems little doubt that when he cares to assert his rights, he is already an American citizen, although judicial decisions are uncertain and conflicting in this matter. The missions of the interior have recognized, though perhaps somewhat tardily, the importance of the half-breeds, and have picked them up here and there along the rivers and become responsible for their decent rearing. Some assuredly of the future leaders of the native people are now in training at the mission schools. Some, unfortunately, are in quite as assiduous training by the unscrupulous Indian trader and his coterie of low-down whites. The skies had threatened snow since we arose, and when our diminished expedition was well upon its way, the snow began to fall. For 36 hours it fell without cessation. 3 days of good travel had put us forward 75 or 80 miles. Now once more we were up against deep snow and trail breaking. An old native whom we met on his way to the potlatch later in the day spread out his hands with a look of despair and cried, "Good trail, all lose 'em." All day we pushed on against the driving storm, the flakes stinging our faces and striking painfully against our eyeballs, now following a narrow, steep woodland trail, now a while along a creek bed, now across open country with increasing difficulty in finding our way, until it grew dark while yet we were some miles from our destination and we made camp. And all night long the heavy snow continued. End of Chapter 10, Part 2. Chapter 10, Part 3 of 10,000 Miles with a Dog Sled by Hudson Stuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Chapter 10, Part 3. So soon as we had struck our tent, crusted with ice, and had broken up our wet camp next morning, there was trouble about finding the trail. Wide open spaces with never an indication of direction stretched before us. Again and again we cast about, the boy to the left, I to the right, to find some blaze or mark, but much of the course lay across open country that bore none. And then I sorely regretted having let John go back. Some miles before we came to a stop the previous evening, we passed a native encampment with naught but women and children in it, the men gone hunting. But we could not speak with them or get any information from them, for our Kuskokwim interpreter was gone. And now it seemed likely that we should lose our way in this wilderness. At last we were entirely at a loss, the boy returning to the one side and I on the other from wide detours in which we had found no sign at all. The snow still fell heavily. There lay more than a foot of it upon the late crust. Trail or sign of a trail on the snow or above it was not at all. Then occurred one of the most remarkable things I have known in all my journeyings. Straight ahead in the middle distance I spied two stray dogs making a direct course towards us, not wandering about, but evidently going somewhere. Now there are no such things as unattached dogs in Alaska. Any dog entirely detached from human ownership and some sort of human maintenance would soon be a dead dog. The explanation, full of hope, sprang at once to the boy's mind. The dogs must belong to the native encampment some 6 miles back, and they had been to the roadhouse for what scraps they could pick up, and were returning. It was probably a daily excursion, and they had doubtless followed their accustomed trail. So it turned out. All the way to that roadhouse, 8 miles farther, we followed the trail left by those dogs, growing fainter and fainter indeed as the new snow fell upon it, but still discernible until we had almost reached the roadhouse. It led across open swampy wastes, and presently across two considerable lakes over which we should never have been able to find our way, for the trail swung to one hand or the other, and did not leave the lake in the same general direction by which it had reached it. Walter cut a bundle of boughs and staked the trail out as we pursued it, lest we should return this way, but from the moment we saw the dogs there was never any question about the trail. They kept it perfectly. We were 4.5 hours making the 8 miles or so to Nikolai's village and the roadhouse, but we might have been days making it but for those dogs. And at the roadhouse we learned that the boys' theory of their movements was the right one. They came across the 12 or 14 miles every day for such scraps as they could pick up. So here was our first white man in 16 days, an intelligent man of meager education with a great bent for versifying. A courteous approval of one set of verse brought upon us the accumulated output of years in the wilderness without much opportunity of audience, as one supposes, and most of the afternoon and evening was thus spent. Amidst the overwrought sentimentality and faulty scansion which marked most of the pieces, was one simple little poem that struck a true note, said its little say, and quit, without a superfluous word. Its author set no store by it at all, compared with his more pretentious and meretricious work. Yet it was the one poem in the whole mass. It described the writing of a letter to his father. He had spent all he had in prospecting and working a small claim, and had just realized that a year's labor was gone for naught. His father would worry if he got no word at all, but there was no use telling the old man he was broke, so he just wrote that he was well, and that was all. The old man would come pretty near understanding anyway. In simple lines that scanned and rhymed naturally, that was what the 3 or 4 stanzas said. And it was so typical of many a man's situation in this country, gave so simply and well the reason why many men cease writing to their relatives at all, that it pleased me and seemed of value. That note came from the heart and from the life's experience. Nikolai's village is a very small place with a mere handful of people, situated on the south fork of the Kuskokwim some 40 miles by river above the junction of the forks. Before the epidemics devastated it, it had been a considerable native community. A Greek church, which the natives built entirely themselves, and which boasted a large painted icon of sorts, was the most important building in the place, and was served by the lay minister referred to before. Thus far, the Kuskokwim is navigable for vessels of light draft, and a small stern-wheel steamboat lay wintering upon the bank. Our way now left the Kuskokwim and struck across country to a point just below the junction of the forks, and then across country again to a tributary of the right bank, the Takatna, with a general northerly direction. Roadhouses there indeed were, in the crudity and discomfort of their first season, and other evidences of the proximity of the white man. Here were two men camped, hunting moose for the Iditarod market, more than 125 miles away, and here at the end of the second day, near the mouth of the Takatna, was the new post of the commercial company, in the charge of an old acquaintance who welcomed us warmly and entertained us most hospitably. After camping and roadhouse experience of nearly 3 weeks, a comfortable bed and well-spread table, and the general unmistakable menage of a homemaking woman are very highly enjoyed. That night, the whole population of the settlement, 14 persons, gathered in the store for divine service. 16 miles farther on was another settlement, the Upper Takatna Post, with a rival company established and some larger population. Here also we spent a night with old Fairbanks acquaintances. We were yet 100 miles from Iditarod City, and the trail lay over a very rugged, hilly country, up one creek to its head, over a divide, and down another, in the way of the usual cross-country traverse. There had not been so much snowfall in this section, but the weather began to be very severe. The thermometer fell to -45 and -50 and -55 on 3 successive nights, and all day long rose not above -20 with a keen wind. The cost of transporting supplies to the roadhouses on this trail justified the high prices charged, $1.50 for a poor meal of rabbits and beans and bacon, or ptarmigan and beans and bacon, and $1 for a lunch of coffee, bread and butter, and dried fruit. But no such exigency could be pleaded to excuse the dirt and discomfort and lack of the commonest provision of outhouse decency at most of these places. 'Twas mere shiftlessness. There is not often much middle ground in Alaskan roadhouses. They are either very good in their way or very bad, either kept by professional victualers who take pride in them or by idle incompetents who make an easy living out of the necessities of travelers. One wishes that some of the old time travelers who used to wax so eloquently indignant over the inns in the Pyrenees could make a winter journey in the interior of Alaska. One thing pleased me at these roadhouses. The only reading matter in any of them consisted of magazines bearing the rubber stamp of St. Matthew's Reading Room at Fairbanks, part of a 500-pound cargo of magazines which the mission launch Pelican brought to the Iditarod the previous summer. Virtually the only reading matter in the whole camp. It was pleasant to know that we had been able to avert the real calamity of a total absence of anything to read for a whole winter throughout this wide district. But although they were brought to the Iditarod and distributed absolutely free, each of these magazines had cost the roadhouse keeper 25 cents for carriage over the trail from Iditarod City, and they had been read to death. Some of them were so black and greasy from continued handling that the print at the edges of the pages was almost unreadable. These creeks swarmed with ptarmigan, and it was well they did, for the new camp was ill supplied with food, and we found ourselves in a region of growing scarcity as we approached the Iditarod. The ptarmigan seemed to have supplemented the meager stocks in the Iditarod during this winter of 1910-11 as effectively as the rabbits did in the Fairbanks camp in the scarce winter of 1904-5. In place after place, the whole creek valley, where it was open, was crisscrossed with ptarmigan tracks, and the birds rose in coveys, uttering their harsh, guttural cry at every turn of the trail. The summit between the head of Moose Creek and the head of Bonanza Creek is again a watershed between the waters of the Kuskokwim and the waters of the Yukon. For Moose Creek is tributary to the Takatna and Bonanza Creek is tributary to Otter Creek, which is tributary to the Iditarod River. The summit is high above timberline, and when the trail has reached it, it does not descend immediately, but pursues a hogback ridge for a mile and a half at about the summit level. We passed over it in clear, bright weather without difficulty, but it would be a bad passage in wind or snow or fog. The rugged, broken country, with small rounded domes of hills, stretched away in all directions, a maze of little valleys threading in and out amongst them. The Bonanza Creek Roadhouse was by far the best of any between the Kuskokwim and the Iditarod, and showed what can be done for comfort, even under adverse circumstances, by a couple who care and try. But how the names of gold-bearing creeks, or creeks that are expected to be gold-bearing, are repeated again and again in every new camp. I once counted up the following list of mining places in Alaska: Bonanza Creeks, 10; Eldorados and Little Eldorados, 10; Nugget Creeks or Gulches, 17; Gold Creeks, 12; Gold Runs, 7. Nor is it only in creeks with auriferous deposit or expectation of auriferous deposit that this reduplication occurs. There are Bear Creeks, 16; Boulder Creeks, 13; Moose Creeks, 13; Willow Creeks, 17; Canyon Creeks, 12; Glacier Creeks, 14. The imagination of the average prospector is not his most active faculty, but even when his imagination is given play and he names a place Twilight, as he did the original settlement at this base of supplies, the ineradicable prose of trade comes along the next summer and changes it to Iditarod City. There must have been some remarkable personality strong enough to repress the Chamber of Commerce at Tombstone, Arizona, or the place would have lost its distinctive name so soon as it grew large enough to have mercantile establishments instead of stores. We went through Discovery Otter and into Flat City on Flat Creek, the jealous rival of Iditarod City, and so over the hills to Iditarod City on the wings of a storm. The wind whirled the snow behind us and drove the sled along almost on top of the dogs. In its bleak situation and its exposure to the full force of the wind, Iditarod City reminds one of Nome or Candle on the Seaward Peninsula. The hills and flats that surround it are in the main treeless, and the snow drifts and drives over everything. Almost all week that we spent in the town it was smothered up in a howling windstorm, so that it was quite a serious undertaking to walk a block or two along the streets. Deep drifts were piled up on all the corners and on the lee side of all buildings. We reached Iditarod City on Monday, the 13th of March. Until the following Friday morning was no cessation or moderation of the windstorm, and this, they told us, represented most of the weather since the 1st of January. Overgrown and overdone in every way, the place presented all the features, sordid and otherwise, of a raw mining town. Prices had risen enormously on all manner of supplies, for everything that was not actually short was believed to be cornered. Bacon was 90 cents a pound, butter $1.50 a pound, flour was $20 a 100 pounds, and most things in like ratio. Some said the grub was not in the camp, others that the tradesmen had cached it away, waiting for the still higher prices they believed would obtain before fresh supplies could arrive in July. There was a general feeling of disappointment and discouragement, enhanced by discomfort and actual suffering from the terrible stormy weather of the winter and the exorbitant and growing price of provisions. Many men without occupation were living on one meal a day. The saloons and the parasitical classes, male and female, seemed to flourish and to play their usual prominent part in the life of such places. The doings of notorious women, whose sobriquets seemed household words, the lavish expenditures of certain men upon them, the presents of diamonds they received, with the amount paid for them, constituted a large part of the general talk. One is compelled to admire the vigor and enthusiastic enterprise, daunted by no difficulty, that is displayed in the wonderfully rapid upraising of a new mining camp town. The building goes far ahead of the known wealth of the camp and commonly far ahead of the reasonable expectation. But the element of chance is so important a factor in placer mining that the whole thing partakes more of the nature of gambling than of a commercial venture. Any new camp may suddenly present the world with a new Klondike, with riches abundant and to spare for everyone who is fortunate enough to be on the spot. Here was Flat Creek with a surprisingly rich deposit, Why should there not be a dozen such amidst the multitudinous creeks of the district? How could anyone know that it would be almost the only creek on which pay would be found at all? For there is no law about the distribution of gold deposits. There is not even a general rule that has not its notable exceptions. It is very generally believed by the old prospectors and miners that somewhere in the Bible may be found these words: "Silver occurs in veins, but gold is where you find it," which, of course, is a mere misreading or faulty remembering of a verse in the book of Job. Surely there is a vein for the silver and a place for the gold where they find it, refine it. But that gold is where you find it is about the only law touching auriferous deposits that holds universally good. Three long parallel streets of 1 and 2 story wooden buildings, with cross streets connecting them, made up the town. Because the country is poorly timbered, the usual log construction has yielded in the main to framed buildings, and great quantities of lumber had been brought the previous summer from Fairbanks, and even from Nome and the outside, to supplement the low-grade output of 2 local mills. But the price of building materials had been very high, and the average dwelling was very small and incommodious. People accustomed to the comparative luxury of the older camps had suffered a good deal from the lack of all domestic conveniences in this new will-o'-the-wisp of an El Dorado. So there the town stretched away, lumber and paper, the usual tinderbox Alaska construction, stores slap up against one another with no alleyways between. In the busiest part of it and along the waterfront, even an adequate provision of side streets grudged. Furnace heated and kiln dried and gasoline lit, waiting for the careless match and the fanning wind and the 5 minute start that should send it all up in smoke. A week after we left, it came. As it came to Dawson, as it came to Nome, as it came to Fairbanks, without teaching any lesson or leaving any precautionary regulations on the statute book to save men from their own competitive greed. 2 or 3 weeks after the fire, however, it was all rebuilt, and a plunging local bank held mortgages on most of the structures for the cost of the new material, and holds them yet. With at least 1,000 people resident in the town, not to mention the thousands more out upon the creeks and at Flat City and Discovery Otter, there was no minister of religion of any sort in the whole region, nor had public divine service been conducted since the occasion of the Pelican's visit the previous summer. Yet there were many in the place who sorely missed the opportunities of worship. Twice on Sunday, the largest dancing hall in the town was crowded at service. At night, it could have been filled a second time with those unable to get in. Footnote: the claim on a creek on which gold is first found is called discovery. The claims above are numbered 1, 2, 3, etc. above, and the claims below 1, 2, 3, etc. below. End footnote. Places like this present very difficult problems to those desirous of providing for their religious need. To occupy them at all, they should be occupied at once, when yet eligible sites may be had for the staking. If they prosper, to come into them later means buying at a high price. Yet what seventh son of a seventh son shall have foresight enough to tell the fortunes of them? The North is strewn with cities of one winter, nor is the selection of suitable men to minister to such communities a simple matter. Amidst the overthrow of all the usual criteria of conduct, the fading out of the usual dividing lines, and the blending into one another of the usual divisions, it requires a tactful and prudent man to keep the happy mean between too much stiffness in refusing and too much easiness in admitting variations from conventional standards. His point of view, if he has to have any influence whatever, must not exclude the point of view of the great majority. He must accept the situation in order to have any chance of improving the situation, and yet in the fundamentals of character and conduct he must be unswerving. And if on any such fundamental the battle gauge is thrown down, he must take it up and fight the quarrel out at whatever cost. We left Iditarod City on Monday, the 20th of March, the dogs the fatter and fresher for their week's rest, resolved not to return by the Kuskokwim, but to take the beaten trail out of the Yukon, and so all the way up that stream to Fort Yukon. The monthly mail had arrived a few days previously. A monthly mail was all that the thousands of men in this camp could secure, and had gone out again the very next morning, before people had time to answer their letters, before the registered mail had even been delivered. So our departure for the Yukon was eagerly seized upon and advertised as a means of dispatching probably the last mail that would go outside over the ice. I was sworn in as special carrier, and a heavy sack of first-class mail added to our load as far as Tanana. The first stage of 30 miles led to Dykeman, a town at the headwaters of ordinary steamboat navigation of the Iditarod River, at which the commercial company had built a depot and extensive warehouse, since in the main abandoned. 2 streets of cabins lined the bank, but 40 or 50 souls comprised the population, and almost all of them gathered for divine service that night. From Dykeman to Dishkaket, on the Innoko River, a distance of some 70 miles, our route lay over one of the dreariest and most dismal regions in all Alaska. It is one succession of lakes and swamps with narrow, almost knife-edge ridges between, fringed with stunted spruce. Far as the eye could reach to right and left, the country was the same. It is safe to say broadly that all the land between the Iditarod and Innoko rivers is of this character. We passed over it in mild weather, but it must be a terrible country to cross in storm or through deep snow. For 10 miles at a stretch there was scarcely a place where a man might make a decent camp. At a midway roadhouse was gathered the greatest assemblage of dogs and loaded sleds I had ever seen together at one time, each team with an Indian driver. They must have covered a quarter or a third of a mile. It was a freight train engaged in transporting a whole boatload of butcher's meat to Iditarod City, the cargo of a steamboat that had frozen in on the Yukon the previous October or early November. All the winter through, efforts had been made to get this meat 200-odd miles overland to its destination, but the weather had been so stormy and the snow so deep that near the end of March most of it was still on the way, and some yet far down the trail towards the Yukon waiting for another trip of the teams. Dishkaket was merely a native village on the Innoko River 2 or 3 years before, but since 3 new trails from the Yukon come together here, the Kaltag Nulato and Lewis's Landing, and in the other directions 2 trails branch off here to the Innoko diggings at Ophir and to the Iditarod, a store or two and a couple of roadhouses had sprung up. From Dishkaket, after crossing the Innoko, we took the most northerly of the 3 trails to the Yukon, the Lewis Cutoff, a trail of 100 miles that strikes straight across country and reaches the Yukon 80 miles farther up that stream than the Nulato Trail and 120 miles farther up than the Kaltag Trail. The Kaltag Trail is the trail to Nome. The Nulato Trail is the mail trail simply because it suits the contractors to throw business to Nulato. The Lewis Cutoff is the direct route, the shortest by 100 miles, but it was cut by the private individual whose name it bears, and leads out to his store and the roadhouse on the Yukon. So a rival roadhouse was built close by on the river, and the prestige and advertisement of the United States mail route thrown to the trail that covers 100 unnecessary miles, for no other reason than to deprive Lewis of the legitimate fruit of his enterprise. End of Chapter 10, Part 3. Chapter 10, Part 4 of 10,000 Miles with a Dog Sled by Hudson Stuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Chapter 10, Part 4. The character of the country changed so soon as the Innoko was crossed. The wide swamps gave place to a broken, light-timbered country of ridges and hollows, and the rough, laborious horse-ruined trail across it made bad traveling. Buckskin Bill, with his cayuses, was also engaged in moving the meat. The measured miles, moreover, gave place to estimated miles, and the nominal 25 we made the first day was probably not much more than 20. The first 50 miles of the country between the Innoko and the Yukon is much the same, and we were climbing and descending ridges for a couple of days. Then we crossed a high ridge and dropped out of Innoko waters into the valley of the Yucatna, a tributary of the Yukon, and passed down this valley for 30 or 40 miles, and then across some more broken country to the Yukon. At one of the roadhouses a woman was stopping, going in with 3 or 4 large sled loads of millinery and ladies' furnishings. We were told that the merchandise had cost her $12,000 in Fairbanks, and that she expected to realize $30,000 by selling it to the sporting women of the Iditarod, now a whole winter debarred from the latest imported French fashions. This woman was dressed in overalls like a man, and the drivers of her teams, 2 white men and a native, cursed and swore and used filthy language to the dogs in her presence. It always angers me to hear an Indian curse. To hear one curse in the presence of a white woman was particularly disgusting and exasperating. But what could one expect when the white men put no slightest restraint upon themselves and the woman seemed utterly indifferent? I called the Indian aside and spoke very plainly to him, and he ceased his ribaldry. But the white men still poured it out as they struggled to hitch their many dogs. At last I could stand it no longer. "Madam," I said to the woman, "I don't know who you are, save that you are a white woman, and as a white woman, if I were you, I would make those blackguards treat me with more respect than to use such language before me." She flushed and made no reply. The men who heard what I said scowled and made no reply. Presently dispositions were done and the train moved off, but I did not hear any more foul language. This is set down here chiefly because it was the first and only time in all his travels in Alaska that the writer heard such language in such presence. Another roadhouse was kept by a man who had been cook upon a recent Arctic expedition off the coast of Alaska, and he gave some interesting inside information about an enterprise the published narrative of which had always seemed unsatisfactory. It was just gossip from a drunken scamp, but it filled several gaps in the book. As we approached the Yukon, we passed several meat caches where great quarters of beef sewn up in burlap were piled on the side of the trail. At one of these caches, the camp robbers had been at work industriously. They had stripped the burlap from parts of several quarters, exposing the fat, and had dug out and carried it away little by little until it was all gone. The hard frozen lean probably defied their best efforts. At any rate, the fat offered less resistance. But where else in the world could men dump quarters of beef beside the road and go off and leave them for weeks with no more danger of depredation than the bills of birds can effect? A few miles from the river, the rival roadhouse signs began to appear. "Patronize Lewis. He cut this trail at his own expense," pleaded one. "Why go 5 miles out of your way?" sneered another. Lewis's roadhouse is across the wide Yukon, and there was no point in crossing the river save one's determination to lend no countenance to the spitefulness of these mail runners. So across the river we went, and were glad to be on the Yukon again. The next morning we encountered the same rival signs at the point where the trail from Lewis's joined the mail trail. Most of our traveling was now upon the surface of the Yukon, and 450 miles of it stretched ahead of us ere our winter's travel should end at Fort Yukon. 4 hours brought us to the military telegraph station at Malosey, and we were able to send word ahead that we were safely out of the Kuskokwim wilderness. Then a portage was crossed, and then the river pursued again, until, with about 30 miles to our credit, we made camp. The days were lengthening out now, the weather growing mild, although a keen, cold, downriver breeze was rarely absent, and travel began to be pleasant and camping no hardship. We preferred camping on several scores, when the day's work had not been too arduous, chief amongst them being that it gave more opportunity and privacy for Walter's schooling. He was reading Treasure Island aloud, and I was getting as great pleasure from renewing as he from beginning an acquaintance with that prince of all pirate stories. Cochrane's and Mouse Point one day, the next the Birches. We passed these well-known Yukon landmarks, camping, after a run of 38 miles, some 6 miles beyond the last named place, with a run of 44 miles before us to Tanana. I judged it too much, but the trail was greatly improved, and we decided to attempt it in one stage. A misreading of the watch, so that I roused myself and Walter at 3:30 a.m. instead of 5:15 a.m., and did not realize the mistake until the fire was made and it was not worth while returning to bed, gave us a fine start and we made good progress. Gold Mountain, so called one supposes because there is no gold there is no other reason, Grant Creek, Old Station were passed by, and at length Tanana loomed before us while yet 10 miles away. In just 11 hours we ran the 44 miles, making, with 3 additional miles out to the mission, 47 altogether, by far the longest journey of the winter. We reached Tanana on the 1st of April, just 6 weeks since we left. We spent 8 days at Tanana, including 2 Sundays, Passion Sunday and Palm Sunday, but I was under an old promise to spend Easter there also. Now, Easter 1911 fell on the 16th of April, and for the 300-mile journey to Fort Yukon, a period of 10 or 12 days at the least would be necessary. That might easily stretch to 2 weeks. Traveling on the Yukon ice so late in April as this would involve was not only fraught with great difficulty and discomfort, but also with actual danger, and I had to beg to be absolved of my promise. Some considerable preparation was on foot for the festival, and I was loath to leave, for Tanana was then without any resident minister, but it seemed foolish to take the chances that would have to be taken if we stayed. 5 days of almost ceaseless snowstorm during our stay at Tanana did not give prospect of good traveling, and indeed, when we pulled out from the mission on the Monday in Holy Week, there was no sign of any trail. From Tanana up to Fort Yukon there is very little travel, since the whole of this long stretch of river was deprived of winter mail a year or two before, no through travel at all. Cabins may usually be found to camp in, but there are no roadhouses. What travel still takes place is local. The journey divided itself into two roughly equal parts, 150 miles through the lower ramparts and 150 miles through the Yukon Flats, almost all of it on the surface of the river. It was hoped to reach Stevens Village, a native settlement just within the second half of the journey, for Easter. Snow does not lie long at rest upon the river within the ramparts, and particularly within the narrow, canyon-like stretch of 75 miles from Tanana to Rampart City. Violent and almost ceaseless downstream winds sweep the deep defile in the mountains through which the river winds its course. In places, the ice is bare of snow. In places, the snow is piled in huge, hardened drifts. So strong and so persistent is this wind that it is often possible to skate over an uninterrupted black surface of ice, polished like plate glass, for 20 miles on a downriver journey. To make way over such a surface upstream against such wind is, however, almost impossible. The dogs get no footing, and the wind carries the sled where it listeth. The journey, so far as Rampart City, has been described before. It will suffice now that it took 3 days of toilsome battling against wind and bad surface, with nights spent upon the floor of grimy cabins. So cold was the wind that it is noted in my diary with surprise, on the 12th of April, that I had worn fur cap, parkie, and muffler all day, as though it had been the dead of winter instead of 3 weeks past the vernal equinox. On Wednesday night there was divine service at Rampart, and on Maundy Thursday, after 4 miles upon the river, we took the portage of 11 miles that cuts a cord to the arc of the greatest bend of the river within the ramparts and so saves 9 miles. 3 miles more took us to the deserted cabin at the site of the abandoned coal mine, opposite the mouth of the Miquess River, here confluent with the Yukon, and in that cabin we spent the night, having had the high, bitter wind in our faces all day. We hated to leave the shelter of the wooded portage and face the blast of the last 3 miles. We woke the next morning to a veritable gale of wind and snow and lay in the cabin till noon, occupied with the exercises of the solemn anniversary. The wind having then abated somewhat and the snow ceased, we sallied forth, still hopeful of making Stevens Village for Easter. But when we got down upon the river surface, it became doubtful if we could proceed, and as we turned the first bend, we encountered a fresh gale that did not fall short of a blizzard. The air was filled with flying snow that stung our faces and blinded us. The dogs' muzzles became encrusted with snow and their eyes filled with it so that it was hard to keep them facing it. I could not see the boy at all when he was 100 feet ahead of the team. We struggled along for 4 miles, and since it was then evident that we could not go much farther without useless risk, we turned to a spot on the bank where Walter knew another deserted cabin to stand. For he knows every foot of this section of the river and once spent a summer camped at the coal mine fishing. The spot was reached, but the cabin was gone. The fish rack still stood there, but the cabin was burned down. There was nothing for it but to return to the coal mine cabin. So for the first and only time in all my journeyings, it was necessary to abandon a day's march that had been entered upon and go back whence we had come. We ran before the gale at great speed and were within the cabin again by 2:30 p.m. All the evening and all night the storm raged, and I was in two minds about running back to Rampart before it was Easter, since it was now out of the question to reach Stevens village. If the season had not been so far advanced, this is what I should have done. But it would set us back 3 days more on the journey, and on reflection I was not willing to take the chance with the break-up so near. So, on the morning of Easter Eve, we sallied upstream again, snow falling and driving heavily, and the wind still strong, but with yesterday's keen edge blunted. By the time we had beaten around the long bend up which we had fought our way the day before, the snow had ceased, and by noon the wind had dropped and the sun was shining. And in a few moments of his unobscured strength, all the loose snow on the sled was melted, a warning of the rapidity with which the general thaw would proceed once the skies were clear. That night saw us in the habitable though dirty, deserted cabin at Salt Creek, so called, one supposes, because the water of it is perfectly fresh, at which we had hoped to lodge the previous night. Buoyed by the hope of doing a double stage in a clear windless day and thus reaching Stevens village for service at night, we made a very early start that beautiful Easter morning. But it was not to be. Such trail as there was ran high up on the bank ice, level doubtless when it was made much earlier in the season, but now at a slope towards the middle of the river through the falling of the water and seamed with great cracks. Such a trail, called a sidling trail in the vernacular of mushing, is always difficult and laborious to travel, for the sled slips continually off it into the loose snow or the ice cracks, and often for long stretches at a time one man must hold up the nose of the sled while the other toils at the handlebars. In one place, while thus holding the front of the sled on the trail, Walter slipped into an ugly ice crack concealed by drifting snow, and so wedged his foot that I had difficulty in extracting him. The last two bends of the river within the ramparts seemed interminable, and it was 6:30 p.m., with 12 hours' travel behind us when we reached old Fort Hamlin on the verge of the Yukon Flats. These forts, it might be explained, if one chose to pursue the elucidation of Alaskan nomenclature in the same strain, are so called because they never had any defenses and never needed any. As a matter of fact, in the early days, when the Hudson Bay Company made its first establishments on the upper river, there was supposed to be some need of fortification, and Fort Selkirk and Fort Yukon were stockaded. Fort Selkirk, indeed, was sacked and burned 60 years ago, but not by Yukon Indians. The Chilcats from the coast, indignant at the loss of their middleman profits by the invasion of the interior, crossed the mountains, descended the river, and destroyed the post. It thus became customary to call a trading post a fort, and every little point where a store and a warehouse stood was so dignified. Hence, Fort Reliance, Fort Hamlin, Fort Adams. For years, Fort Hamlin had been quite deserted. But now smoke issued from the stovepipe and dogs gave tongue at our approach, and we found a white man with an Eskimo wife from St. Michael and a half-breed child dwelling there and carrying a few goods for sale. With him we made our lodging, and with him and his family said our evening service of Easter, and so to bed, thoroughly tired. A mile beyond Fort Hamlin, the ramparts suddenly cease, and the wide expanse of the Yukon Flats opens at once. 10 miles or so brought us to Stevens Village, where we had been long expected and where a very busy day was spent. A number of Indians were gathered, and there were children to baptize and couples to marry, as well as the lesson of the season to teach. It was a great disappointment that we had been unable to get here before, and matter of regret that, being here at such labor, only so short a time could be spent. But the closing season called to us loudly. A mild, warm day set all the banks running with melting snow and made the surface of the river mushy. There was really no time to lose, for the next 75 miles was to give us the most difficult and disagreeable traveling of the journey. Here in the flats, where is greatest need of travel direction on the whole river, was no trail at all beyond part of the first day's journey. Within the ramparts, the river is confined in one channel. However bad the traveling may be, there is no danger of losing the way. But in the flats, the river divides into many wide channels, and these lead off into many more back sloughs, with low, timbered banks and no salient landmarks at all. Behind us were the bluffs of the ramparts, already growing faint. Afar off on the horizon, to the right, were the dim shapes of the Beaver Mountains. All the rest was level for a couple of 100 miles. A local trail to a neighboring woodchopper's took us some 12 miles, and then we were at a loss. The general direction we knew, and previous journeys both in winter and summer gave us some notion of the river bends to follow. But we wallowed and floundered until late at night before we reached the cabin we were bound for, the snow exceeding soft and wet for hours in the middle of the day. The time had plainly come to change our day travel into night travel, for freezing was resumed each night after the sun was set and the surface grew hard again. So at this cabin we lay all the next day, with an interesting recluse of these parts who knows many passages of Shakespeare by heart, and who drew us a chart of our course to the next habitation, marking every bend to be followed and the place where the river must be crossed. But there is always difficulty in getting a new travel schedule under way, and we did not leave until 5 in the morning instead of at 2 as we had planned. This gave us insufficient time to make the day's march before the sun softened the snow and moccasins grew wet, and snowshoe strings began to stretch and the webbing underfoot to yield and sag, and we had to content ourselves with half a stage. By 9 p.m. we were off again and did pretty well until the night grew so dark that we could no longer distinguish our landmarks. Then we went to the bank and built a big fire and made a pot of tea and sat and dozed around it for a couple of hours or so until the brief darkness of Alaskan spring was overpast and the dawn began to give light enough to see our way again. When our course lay on the open river, the snow had crust enough to hold us upon our snowshoes. But when it took us through little sheltered sloughs, the crust was too thin and we broke through all the time, and that makes slow, painful travel. At last we came to a portage that cuts off a number of miles, but the snow slope by which the top of the bank should be reached had a southern exposure and was entirely melted and gone. The dogs had to be unhitched, the sled to be unloaded, the stuff packed in repeated journeys up the steep bank, and the sled hauled up with a rope. Then came the repacking and reloading and the rehitching. And when the portage was crossed, the same thing had to be done to get down to the riverbed again. Twice more on that day the process was gone through, and each time it took nigh an hour to get up the bank, so that it was around noon, and the snow miserably wet and mushy again, when we reached Beaver and went to bed at the only roadhouse between Fort Yukon and Tanana. Beaver City owes its existence to quartz prospects in the Chandalar, in which men of money and influence in the East were interested. The Alaska Road Commission had built a trail some years before from the Chandalar diggings out to the Yukon, striking the river at this point, and on the opposite side of the river another trail is projected and swamped out direct to Fairbanks. The opening up of this route was expected to bring much travel through Beaver, and a town site was staked and many cabins built. But Chandalar quartz remains an interesting prospect, and the Chandalar placers have not proved productive, and all but a few of the cabins at Beaver City are unoccupied. If the Chandalar should ever make good, Beaver City will be its river port. We left Beaver at 11 p.m. on Friday night, hoping in 2 long all-night runs to cover the 80 miles and reach Fort Yukon by Sunday morning. Here was the first trail since we left Stevens Village and the first fairly good trail since we left Tanana, for there had been some recent travel between Fort Yukon and Beaver. Here for the first time we had no need of snowshoes, and when they have been worn virtually all the winter through and nigh a couple of thousand miles traveled in them, walking is strange at first in the naked moccasin. It is a blessed relief, however, to be rid of even the lightest of trail snowshoes. We stepped out gaily into a beautiful clear night, with a sharp tang of frost in the air, and even the dogs rejoiced in the knowledge that the end of the journey was at hand. All night long we made good time and kept it up without a stop until 8 o'clock in the morning, when we reached an inhabited but just then unoccupied cabin and ate supper or breakfast as one chooses to call it and went to bed, having covered fully half the distance to Fort Yukon. About noon, we were rudely awakened by one of the usual Alaskan accompaniments of approaching summer. The heat of the sun was melting the snow above us, and water came trickling through the dirt roof upon our bed. We moved to a dry part of the cabin and slept again until the evening, and at 9 p.m. entered upon what we hoped would be our last run. But once more our plans to spend Sunday were frustrated. The trail led through dry sloughs from which the advancing thaw had removed the snow in great patches. Sometimes the sled had to be hauled over bare sand. Sometimes wide detours had to be made to avoid such sand. Sometimes pools of open water covered with only that night's ice lay across our path. By 8 o'clock in the morning we estimated that we were not more than 7 or 8 miles from Fort Yukon. But already the snow grew soft and our feet wet, and the dogs were very weary with the 11 hours mushing. It would take a long time and much toil to plow through slush even that 7 or 8 miles. So I gave the word to stop, and we made an open-air camp on a sunny bank, and after breakfast we covered our heads in the blankets from the glare of the sun and slept till 5. Then we ate our last trail meal, and were washed up and packed up and hitched up an hour and more before the snow was frozen enough for travel. A couple of hours' run took us to Fort Yukon, and so ended the winter journey of 1910 to 11, on the 23rd of April, having been started on the 17th of November. We were back none too soon. Every day we should have found traveling decidedly worse. In a few more days the river would have begun to open in places, and only the middle would be safe for travel, with streams of water against either bank and no way of getting ashore. 17 days later, the ice was gone out and the Yukon flowing bank full. End of Chapter 10, Part 4. Chapter 11 of 10,000 Miles with a Dog Sled by Hudson Stuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Chapter 11. The Natives of Alaska. When one contemplates the native people of the interior of Alaska in the mass, when, with the stories told by the old men and old women of the days before they saw the white man in mind, one reconstructs that primitive life, lacking any of the implements, the conveniences, the alleviations of civilization, the chief feeling that arises is a feeling of admiration and respect. What a hardy people they must have been! How successfully for untold generations did they pit themselves against the rigor of this most inhospitable climate. With no tool but the stone axe and the flint knife, with no weapon but the bow and arrow and spear, with no material for fish nets but root fibers, or for fish hooks or needles but bone, and with no means of fire making save 2 dry sticks. One wonders at the skill and patient endurance that rendered subsistence possible at all. And there follows quickly upon such wonder a hot flush of indignation that, after so conquering their savage environment or accommodating themselves to it, that they not only held their own but increased throughout the land, they should be threatened with a wanton extermination now that the resources of civilization are open to them, now that tools and weapons and the knowledge of easier and more comfortable ways of life are available. The natives of the interior are of two races, the Indian and the Eskimo. The Indian inhabits the valley of the Yukon down to within 300 or 400 miles of its mouth. The Eskimo occupies the lower reaches of the Yukon and the Kuskokwim and the whole of the rivers that drain into the Arctic Ocean west and north. These inland Eskimo are of the same race as the coast Eskimo and constitute an interesting people, of whom something has been said in the account of journeys through their country. The Indians of the interior are of one general stock, the Athabascan, as it is called, and of two main languages derived from a common root, but differing as much perhaps as Spanish and Portuguese. The language of the Upper Yukon, and by this term in these pages is meant the Upper American Yukon, is almost identical with the language of the Lower Mackenzie, from which region, doubtless, these people came, and with it have always maintained intercourse. The theory of the Asiatic origin of the natives of interior Alaska has always seemed fanciful and far-fetched to the writer. The same translations of the Bible and the Book of Common Prayer serve the Lower Mackenzie and the Upper Yukon and are in active use today through all that wide region, despite minor dialectical variations. Near the lower ramparts of the Yukon, at Stevens Village, the language changes and the new tongue maintains itself, though with continually increasing dialectical differences until the Indians overlap the Eskimo 600 miles farther down. Fort Yukon is the most populous place on the river, and the last place on the river where the upper language, or Takhud, is spoken. A stretch of 150 miles separates it from the next native village, and the inhabitants of that village are not intelligible to the Fort Yukon Indians, an unintelligibility which seems to speak of long ages of little intercourse. The history of the migrations of the Indians from the Athabascan or Mackenzie region is impossible to trace now. It is highly probable that the movement was by way of the Porcupine River, and it would seem that there must have been two distinct migrations, one that passed down the Yukon to the Tanana district and spread thence up the Tanana River and up the Koyokuk, and long after, as one supposes, a migration that peopled the Upper Yukon. A portion of this last migration must have gone across country to the Ketchumstock and the Upper Tanana, for the inhabitants of the Upper Tanana do not speak the Tanana tongue, which is the tongue of the Middle Yukon, but a variant of the tongue of the Upper Yukon. How long ago these migrations took place there is not the slightest knowledge to base even a surmise upon. The natives themselves have no records nor even traditions, and the first point of contact between white men and the natives of the interior is within 3/4 of a century ago. It may have been 2 or 3 families only which penetrated to this region or to that and settled there, and what pressure started them on their wanderings no one will ever know. Perhaps some venturesome hunter pursuing his game across the highlands that separate the Mackenzie from the Yukon was disabled and compelled to remain until the summer, and then discovered the salmon that made their way up the tributaries of the Porcupine. The Mackenzie has no salmon, or a local tribal quarrel may have sent fugitives over the divide. When first the white man came to the Upper Yukon in 1846 and 1847, no one knew that it was the same river at the mouth of which the Russians had built Redoubt St. Michael 10 or 12 years before. The natives of the upper river knew nothing about the lower river. It is an easy matter to float down the Yukon for 1,000 miles in a birch bark canoe, but an exceedingly difficult matter to come up again. It was not until the voyagers of the Hudson Bay Company, in their adventurous fur-trading expeditions, met at the mouth of the Tanana River the agents of the Russian Fur Company, come up from Nulato on the same quest, that the identity of the Yukon and Kwikpak rivers was discovered, and that seems to have been well past the middle of the century. In the map of North America that the writer first used at school, the Yukon flowed north into the Arctic Ocean, parallel with the Mackenzie. The Indians of the interior of Alaska are a gentle and kindly and tractable people. They have old traditions of bloody tribal warfare that have grown in ferocity, one supposes, with the lapse of time, for it is very difficult for one who knows them to believe that so mild a race could ever have been pugnacious or bloodthirsty. Whether it were that the exigencies of subsistence under Arctic conditions demanded almost all their energies, or that a realization of their constant dependence upon one another checked the play of passion, they differ most widely, and, it seems certain, always differed most widely in character from the Indians of the American plains. A personal knowledge of the greater part of all the natives of interior Alaska, gained by living amongst them and traveling from village to village during 7 or 8 years, furnishes but a single instance of an Indian man guilty of any sort of violence against another Indian or against a white man, except under the influence of liquor. It is true that there are unquestioned murders that have been committed, murders of white men at that, but in the 60 years from the Nulato massacre of 1851 over the whole vast interior, these crimes can be counted on the fingers of one hand. They are not a revengeful people. They do not cherish the memory of injuries and await opportunities of repayment. That trait is foreign to their character. On the contrary, they are exceedingly placable and bear no malice. Moreover, they are very submissive, even to the point of being imposed upon. In fact, they are decidedly a timid people in the matter of personal encounter. In all these characteristics, they differ from the North American Indian generally as he appears in history. They are capable of hard work, though apparently not of continuous hard work. They will cheerfully support great privation and fatigue, but when the immediate necessity is past, they enjoy long periods of feasting and leisure. Having no property nor desire of property, save their clothes, their implements and weapons, and the rude furnishings of their cabins, there is no incentive to hard and continuous work. After all, where is the high and peculiar virtue that lies in the performance of continuous hard work? Why should anyone labor incessantly? This is the question the Indian would ask, and one is not always sure that the mills of Massachusetts and the coal mines of Pennsylvania return an entirely satisfactory answer. As regards thrift, the Indian knows little of it, but the average white man of the country does not know much more. There is little difference as regards thrift between wasting one's substance in a potlatch, which is a feast for all comers, and wasting it in drunkenness, which is a feast for the liquor sellers, save that one is barbarous and the other civilized, as the terms go. It would seem that the general timidity of the native character is the reason for a very general untruthfulness, though there one must speak with qualification and exception. There are Indians whose word may be taken as unhesitantly as the word of any white man, and there are white men in the country whose word carries no more assurance than the word of any Indian. The Indian is prone to evasion and quibbling rather than to downright lying, though there are many who are utterly unreliable and untrustworthy. In the matter of sexual morality, the Indian standards are very low, though certainly not any lower than the standards of the average white man in the country. One is forced to this constant comparison. The white man in the country is the only white man the Indian knows anything about. To the Indian, a physical act is merely a physical act. All down his generations, there has been no moral connotation therewith, and it is hard to change the point of view of ages when it affects personal indulgence so profoundly. The white man has been taught, down as many ages perhaps, that these physical acts have moral connotation and are illicit when divorced therefrom. Yet he is as careless and immoral in this country as the Indian is careless and unmoral. And the white man's careless and immoral conduct is the chief obstacle which those who would engraft upon the Indian the moral consciousness must contend against. The Indian woman is not chaste because the Indian man does not demand chastity of her, does not set any special value upon her chastity as such, and the example of the chastity which the white man demands of his women, though he be not chaste himself, is an example with which the native of Alaska has not come much into contact. Too often, in the vicinity of mining camps, the white women who are most in evidence are of another class. The Indian is commonly intelligent and teachable, and in most cases eager to learn and eager that his children may learn. Here it becomes necessary to deal with a difficult and somewhat contentious matter that one would rather let alone. The government has undertaken the education of the Indian and has set up a bureau charged with the establishment and conduct of native schools. There are 5 such schools on the Yukon between Eagle and Tanana, including these 2 points, amongst Indians all of whom belong to the Episcopal Church, and 5 more between Tanana and Anvik, amongst natives divided in allegiance between the Episcopal and the Roman Catholic churches. Below Anvik, to the river's mouth, the natives are divided between the Roman and the Greek churches, and they are outside the scope of this book. On the tributaries of the Yukon, the only native schools are conducted by the missions of the Episcopal Church on the Koyokuk and Tanana rivers and have no connection with the government. When, somewhat late in the day, the government set its hand to the education of the natives, mission schools had been conducted for many years at the 5 stations of the Episcopal Church above Tanana and at various mission stations below that point. The Bureau of Education professed its earnest purpose of working in harmony with the mission authorities, and upon this profession it secured deeds of gift for government school sites within the mission reservations from the Bishop of Alaska. It cannot be stated upon a survey of the last 5 or 6 years that this profession has been carried out. The administration of the Bureau of Education has shared too much the common fault of other departments of the government in a detached and lofty, not to say supercilious attitude. Things are not necessarily right because a government bureau orders them, nor are government officials invested with superior wisdom merely by reason of their connection with Washington. It is just as important for a government school as for a mission school to be in harmony with its environment, to adapt itself to the needs of the people it designs to serve, and that harmony and adaptation may only be secured by a single-minded study of the situation and of the habits and character, the occupations and resources of the people. To keep a school in session when the population of a village is gone on its necessary occasions of hunting or trapping, and to have the annual recess when all the population is returned again, is folly, whoever orders it, in accord with what time-honored routine soever, and this has not infrequently been done. Moreover, it is folly to fail to recognize that the apprenticeship of an Indian boy to the arts by which he must make a living, the arts of hunting and trapping, is more important than schooling, however important the latter may be, and that any talk, and there has been loud talk, of a compulsory education law which shall compel such boys to be in school at times when they should be off in the woods with their parents, is worse than mere folly, and would, if carried out, be a fatal blunder. If such boys grow up incompetent to make a living out of the surrounding wilderness, whence shall their living come? The next step would be the issuing of rations, and that would mean the ultimate degradation and extinction of the natives. When the question is stated in its baldest terms, is the writer perverse and barbarous and uncivilized if he avow his belief that a race of hardy, peaceful, independent, self-supporting illiterates is of more value and worthy of more respect than a race of literate paupers? Be it remembered also that many of these illiterates can read the Bible in their own tongue and can make written communication with one another in the same, very scornful as the officials of the Bureau have been about such attainment. One grows a little impatient sometimes when a high official at Washington writes in response to a request for permission to use the school building after school hours for a class of instruction in the native Bible, that the law requires that all instruction in the school be in the English language, and that it is against the policy of Congress to use public money for religious instruction. When the thermometer drops to 50 degrees below zero and stays there for a couple of weeks, it is an expensive matter to heat a church for a Bible class 3 times a week, and the schoolhouse is already cozy and warm. But the question does not reduce itself to the bald terms referred to above. By proper advantage of times and seasons, the Indian boy may have all the English education that will be of any service to him, and may yet serve his apprenticeship in the indispensable wilderness arts. And, given a kindly and competent teacher, there is no need of any sort of compulsion to bring Indian boys and girls to school when they are within reach of it. The Indian school problem is not an easy one in this sense that it can be solved by issuing rules and regulations at Washington, but it can be solved by sympathetic study and by the careful selection of intelligent, cultured teachers. After all, this last is the most important requisite. Too often it is assumed that anyone can teach ignorant youth, and women with no culture at all, or with none beyond the bald pedagogy of a low-grade schoolroom, have been sent to Alaska. There have, indeed, been notable exceptions. There have been some very valuable and capable teachers, and with such there has never been friction at the missions, but glad cooperation. The situation shows signs of improvement. There are signs of withdrawal from its detached and supercilious attitude on the part of the Bureau, signs which are very welcome to those connected with the missions. For the best interest of the native demands that the two agencies at work for his good work heartily and sympathetically together. The missions can do without the government, did do without it for many years, though glad of the government's aid in carrying the burden of the schools, but the government cannot do without the missions. And if the missions were forced to the reestablishment of their own schools, there would be empty benches in the schools of the government. That the Indian race of interior Alaska is threatened with extinction, there is unhappily little room to doubt, and that the threat may be averted is the hope and labor of the missionaries amongst them. At most places where vital statistics are kept, the death rate exceeds the birth rate, though it is sometimes very difficult to secure accurate statistics and to be sure that they always cover the same ground. The natives wander. Within certain territorial limits, they wander widely. Whenever a child is born, it is certain that if it lives long enough, it will be brought to a mission to be baptized. But a death often occurs at some isolated camp that is not reported till long after and may escape registration altogether. Certain diseases that have played havoc in the past are not much feared now. For the last 7 years, supplies of the diphtheritic antitoxin have been kept at all the missions of the Episcopal Church, and in the summer of 1911, when there was an outbreak of smallpox at Porcupine River, almost every Indian of interior Alaska was vaccinated, mainly by the mission staffs. Diphtheria has been a dreadful scourge. The valley of the upper Kuskokwim was almost depopulated by it in 1906. A disease resembling measles took half the population of the lower Yukon villages in 1900. In the last few years, there have been no serious epidemics, but epidemic disease does not constitute the chief danger that threatens the native. The chief danger looms from two things: tuberculosis and whiskey. Whether tuberculosis is a disease indigenous to these parts, or whether it was introduced by the white man, has been disputed and would be difficult of determination. Probably it was always present amongst the natives. The old ones declare that it was, but the changed conditions of their lives have certainly much aggravated it. They lived much more in the open when they had no tree-felling tool but a stone axe and did not build cabins. The winter residence in those days was, it is true, a dark, half-underground hut covered with earth and poles, but the time of residence therein was much shorter. The skin tent sheltered them most of the year. Indeed, some tribes, such as the Chandalar, lived in their skin tents the year round. Now an ill-ventilated and very commonly overcrowded cabin shelters them most of the year. It is true that the cabins are constantly improving and the standard of living within them is constantly rising. The process is slow. Despite all urgings and warnings, an overcrowding and lack of ventilation still prevail. Perhaps as great a cause of the spread of tuberculosis is the change in clothing. The original native was clad in skins, which are the warmest clothing in the world. Moose hide or caribou hide garments, tanned and smoked, are impervious to the wind, and a parkie of muskrat or squirrel, or, as was not uncommon in the old days, of marten, or one of caribou tanned with the hair on, with boots of this last material, give all the warmth that exposure to the coldest weather requires. Nowadays, fur garments of any sort are not usual amongst the natives. There is a market at an ever growing price for all the furs they can procure. A law has, indeed, gone recently into effect prohibiting the sale of beaver for a term of years, and already beaver coats and caps begin to appear again amongst the people. It would be an excellent, wise thing, worthy of a government that takes a fatherly interest in very childlike folks, to make this law permanent. If it were fit to prohibit the sale of beaver pelts for a term of years to protect the beaver, surely it would be proper to perpetrate the enactment to protect the Indian. It would mean warm clothing for man, woman, and child. The Indian usually sells all his furs and then turns round and buys manufactured clothing from the trader at a fancy price. That clothing is almost always cotton and shoddy. Genuine woolens are not to be found in the Indian trader's stock at all, and in whatever guise it may masquerade, and by whatever alias it may pass, the native wear is cotton. Yet there is no country in the world where it is more imperative for the preservation of health that wool be worn. However much fur the Indian may catch and sell, he is always poor. He is paid in trade, not in cash, and when the merchant has bought the Indian's catch of fur, he straightway spreads out before him an alluring display of goods specially manufactured for native trade. Here are brilliant cotton velvets and satines, and tinseled muslins, and gay ribbons that take the eye of his women folk. Here are trays of brummagem knickknacks, brass watches, and rings set with colored glass, gorgeous celluloid hair combs, mirrors with elaborate gilded frames, and brass lamps with hand-painted shades and dangling lustres. Here are German accordions and mouth organs, and all sorts of pocket knives and alarm clocks. The greatest collection of glittering and noisy trash that can be imagined, bought at so much a dozen, and retailed usually at about the same price for one. And when the Indian has done his trading, the trader has most of his money back again. The news that an Indian has caught a black fox, the most exciting item of news that ever flies around a native village, does not give any great pleasure to one who is acquainted with native conditions, because he knows that it will bring little real benefit to the Indian. There will be keen competition, within limits of course, amongst the traders for it, and the fortunate trapper may get $300 or $400 in trade for a skin that will fetch 800 or 1,000 in cash on the London market. But if his wife get the solid advantage of a new cooking stove or a sewing machine from it, she is doing well. Food the Indian never buys much beyond his present need, unless it is to squander it in feast after feast to which everyone is invited and at which there is the greatest lavishness. If a son is born, or a black fox is caught, or a member of the family recovers from a serious illness, custom permits, if it do not actually demand, that a potlatch be given, and most Indians are eager, whenever they are able, to be the heroes of the prandial hour. So he, his women, and his children go clad mainly in cotton, and there is abundant evidence that the tendency to pulmonary trouble, always latent amongst them, is developed by the severe colds which they catch through the inadequate covering of their bodies, and is then cherished into virulent activity by the close atmosphere of overcrowded, overheated cabins. The missions help the Indians, especially the women and children, in this matter of clothing as much as possible. Every year, large bales of good, though left off, under and overwear, are secured through church organizations outside, and are traded to the natives at nominal prices, usually for fish or game or a little labor in sawing wood. And this naturally does not ingratiate missions with the trading class. One's anger is aroused sometimes at seeing the cotton flannel underclothes and cotton-filled blankets and the all-wool cotton coats and trousers which they pay high prices for at the stores. The Canadian Indians, who are their neighbors, buy genuine Hudson Bay blankets and other real woolen goods, but the Alaskan Indian can buy nothing but cotton. But far and away beyond any other cause of the native decline stands the curse of the country, whiskey. Recognizing by its long Indian experience the consequences of forming liquor drinking habits amongst the natives, the government has forbidden under penalty the giving or selling of any intoxicants to them. A few years ago, a new law passed making such giving or selling a felony. These laws are largely a dead letter. The country is a very large one, very sparsely populated. The distances are enormous, the means of transportation entirely primitive, and the police and legal machinery insufficient to the end of suppressing this illicit traffic, especially in view of the fact that a considerable part of the whole population does not look with favor upon any vigorous attempt to suppress it. Great areas of the country are without telegraphic communication, and in parts mail is received only once a month. One stretch of 250 miles of the Yukon receives no mail at all during the winter months, more than half the year. In that instance, as in many others, the country has gone distinctly backward in the past few years. The magistrates, commissioners they are called, receive no salary, but eke out a precarious and often wretched existence on fees, so that it is frequently impossible to get men of character and capacity to accept such offices. One would have supposed that amongst all the legislating that has been done for and about Alaska in the last year or two, one crying evil that the attention of successive administrations has been called to for 20 years past would have been remedied. That evil is the unpaid magistrate and the vicious fee system by which he must make a living. It is a system that has been abolished in nearly all civilized countries, a system that lends itself to all sorts of petty abuse, a system that no one pretends to defend. No greater single step in advance could be made in the government of Alaska, no measure could be enacted that would tend to bring about in greater degree respect for the law than the abolition of the unpaid magistracy and the setting up of a body of stipendiaries of character and ability. The anomalies of the present situation are in some cases amusing. At one place on the Yukon, it is only possible for a man to make a living as United States Commissioner if he can combine the office of postmaster with it. A man who was removed as commissioner still retained the post office, and no one could be found to accept the vacant judgeship. In another precinct, the commissioner was moving all those whom he thought had influence to get him appointed deputy marshal instead of commissioner because the deputy marshal gets a salary of $2,000 a year and allowances, which was more than the commissionership yielded. One is reminded of some comic opera topsy-turvyism when the judge tries in vain to get off the bench and be appointed constable. It sounds like the Bab ballads. The district court is compelled to wink at irregularities of life and conduct in its commissioners because it cannot get men of a higher stamp to accept its appointments. The only policemen are deputy United States marshals, primarily process servers and not at all fitted in the majority of cases for any sort of detective work. Their appointment is often dictated and their action often hampered by political considerations. The liquor interest is very strong and knows how to bring pressure to bear against a marshal who is offensively active. They are responsible only to the United States Marshal of their district, and he is responsible to the Attorney General, the head of the Department of Justice. But Washington is a long way off, and the Attorney General is a very busy man, not without his own interest, moreover, in politics. An attempt to get some notice taken of a particular case in which it was the general opinion that an energetic and vigilant deputy had been removed and an elderly lethargic man substituted because of too great activity in the prosecution of liquor cases, resulted in the conviction that what should have been a matter of administrative righteousness only was a political matter as well. The threatened extinction of the Alaskan native was referred to as wanton, and the term was used in the sense that there are no necessary natural causes fighting against his survival. Here is no economic pressure of white settlers determined to occupy the land, such as drove the Indians of the plains farther and farther west until there was no more west to be driven to. If such delusion possesses any mind as a result of foolish newspaper and magazine writings, let it be dismissed at once. No man who has lived in the country and traveled in the country will countenance such notion. The white men in Alaska are miners and prospectors, trappers and traders, wood choppers and steamboat men. Around a mining camp will be found a few truck farmers. Alongside roadhouses and wood camps will often be found flourishing vegetable gardens, but outside of such agriculture, there are, speaking broadly, no farmers at all in the interior of Alaska. Probably a majority of all the homesteads that have been taken up have been located that the trees on them might be cut down and hauled to town to be sold for firewood. A few miles away from the towns there are no homesteads, except perhaps on a well-traveled trail where a man has homesteaded a roadhouse. All the settlements in the country are on the rivers, save the purely mining settlements that die and are abandoned as the placers play out. Yet one will travel 250 miles up the Porcupine till Canada is reached and not pass more than 3 white men's cabins, all of them trappers. One will travel 350 miles up the Koyokuk before the first white man's cabin is reached, and as many miles up the Innoko and the Iditarod and find no white men save woodchoppers. There are a few more white men on the Tanana than on any other tributary of the Yukon, because Fairbanks is on that river and there is more steamboat traffic, but they are mainly woodchoppers, while on the lesser tributaries of the Yukon it is safe to say there are no settled white men at all. As soon as one leaves the rivers and starts across country, one is in the uninhabited wilderness. The writer is no prophet. He cannot tell what may happen agriculturally in Alaska or the rest of the Arctic regions when the world outside is filled up and all unfrozen lands are under cultivation. Still less is he one who would belittle a country he has learned to love or detract in any way from its due claims to the attention of mankind. There is in the territory a false newspaper sentiment that everyone who lives in the land should be continually singing extravagant praises of it and continually making extravagant claims for it. A man may love Alaska because he believes it to have vast agricultural possibilities, because in his visions he sees its barren wilds transformed into waving fields of golden grain. But a man may also love it who regards all such visions as delusions. The game and the fish of Alaska, the natural subsistence of the Indian, are virtually undiminished. Vast herds of caribou still wander on the hills, and far more are killed every year by wolves than by men. Great numbers of moose still roam the lowlands. The rivers still teem with salmon and grayling, and the lakes with whitefish, ling, and lush. Unless the outrage of canneries should be permitted at the mouths of the Yukon, and that would threaten the chief subsistence of all the Indians of the interior, there seems no danger of permanent failure of the salmon run, though of course it varies greatly from year to year. Furs, though they diminish in number, continually rise in price. There are localities, it is true, where the game has been largely killed off and the furs trapped out. The Koyokuk country is one of them, though perhaps that region never was a very good game country. In this region, when a few years ago there was a partial failure of the salmon, there was distress amongst the Indians. But the country on the whole is almost as good an Indian country as ever it was, and there are few signs that it tends otherwise, though things happen so quickly and changes come with so little warning in Alaska that one does not like to be too confident. The Indian is the only settled inhabitant of interior Alaska today, for the prospectors and miners who constitute the bulk of the white population are not often very long in one place. Many of them might rightly be classed as permanent, but very few as settled inhabitants. It is the commonest thing to meet men 1,000 miles away from the place where one met them last. A new strike will draw men from every mining camp in Alaska. A big strike will shift the center of gravity of the whole white population in a few months. Indeed, a certain restless belief in the superior opportunities of some other spot is one of the characteristics of the prospector. The tide of white men that has flowed into an Indian neighborhood gradually ebbs away and leaves the Indian behind with new habits, with new desires, with new diseases, with new vices, and with a varied assortment of illegitimate half-bred children to support. The Indian remains, usually in diminished numbers, with impaired character, with lowered physique, with the tag ends of the white man's blackguardism as his chief acquirement in English. But he remains. It is unquestionable that the best natives in the country are those that have had the least intimacy with the white man, and it follows that the most hopeful and promising mission stations are those far up the tributary streams, away from mining camps and off the routes of travel, difficult to access winter or summer, never seen by tourists at all, seen only of those who seek them with cost and trouble. At such stations the improvement of the Indian is manifest and the population increases. By reason of their remoteness, they are very expensive to equip and maintain, but they are well worth while. One such has been described on the Koyokuk. Another, at this writing, is establishing with equal promise at the Tanana crossing, one of the most difficult points to reach in all interior Alaska. This chapter must not close without a few words about the native children. Dirty, of course, they almost always are. Children in a state of nature will always be dirty, and even those farthest removed from the state show a marked tendency to revert to it. But when one has become sufficiently used to their dirt to be able to ignore it, they are very attractive. Intolerance of dirt is largely an acquired habit anyway. In view of their indulgent rearing, for Indian parents are perhaps the most indulgent in the world, they are singularly docile. They have an affectionate disposition and are quick and eager to learn. Many of them are very pretty, with a soft beauty of complexion and a delicate molding of feature that are lost as they grow older. It takes some time to overcome their shyness and win their confidence, but when friendly relations have been established, one grows very fond of them. Foregathering with them again is distinctly something to look forward to upon the return to a mission, and to see them come running, to have them press around, thrusting their little hands into one's own or hanging to one's coat, is a delight that compensates for much disappointment with the grown-ups. In the midst of such a crowd of healthy, vivacious youngsters, clear-eyed, clean-limbed, and eager, one positively refuses to be hopeless about the race. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of 10,000 Miles with a Dog Sled by Hudson Stuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Chapter 12. Photography in the Arctic. There is no country in which an anastigmatic lens is of more use to the photographer than Alaska, and every camera with which it is hoped to take winter scenes should have this equipment. During 2 or 3 months in the year, it makes the difference in practice between getting photographs and getting none. In theory, one may always set up a tripod and increase length of exposure as light diminishes. But the most interesting scenes, the most attractive effects, often present themselves under the severest conditions of weather, and he must be an enthusiast, indeed, who will get his tripod from the sled, pull out its telescoped tubes, set it up, and adjust it for a picture with a thermometer at 40 degrees or 50 degrees below zero. And when he is done, he is very likely to be a frozen enthusiast. With an anastigmatic lens working at, say, f6.3, and with a speed film, glass plates are utterly out of the question on the trail, it is possible to make a snapshot at 1/25th of a second on a clear day around noon, even in the dead of winter, in any part of Alaska that the writer has traveled in. There are those who write that they can always hold a camera still enough to get a sharp negative at even 1/10th of a second. Probably the personal equation counts largely in such a matter, and a man of very decided phlegmatic temperament may have advantage over his more sanguine and nervous brother. The thing may be done. The writer has done it himself, but the point is it cannot be depended on. At this speed, 3 out of 4 of his exposures will be blurred, whereas at 1/25th of a second a sharp clear negative may always be secured. It may be admitted at once that at extremely low temperatures the working of any shutter becomes doubtful, and most of them go out of any reliable action altogether. After trying and failing completely with 3 or 4 of the more expensive makes of shutters, the writer has for the last few years used a volute with general satisfaction, though in the great cold even that shutter, from which all trace of grease or oil was carefully removed by the makers, is somewhat slowed up, so that a rare exposure at 50 degrees or 60 degrees below zero would be made at an indicated speed of 1/50th rather than at 1/25th, taking the chance of an underexposed rather than a blurred negative. To wish for a shutter of absolute correctness and of absolute dependability under all circumstances, arranged for exposures of 1/15th and 1/20th as well as 1/10th and 1/25th, is probably to wish for the unobtainable. The care of the camera and the films, exposed and unexposed, the winter through, when traveling on the Alaskan Trail, is a very important and very simple matter, though not generally learned until many negatives have been spoiled and sometimes lenses injured. It may be summed up in one general rule: keep instrument and films always outdoors. One unfamiliar with Arctic conditions would not suppose that much trouble would be caused by that arch enemy of all photographic preparations and apparatus: damp, in a country where the thermometer rarely goes above freezing the winter through. And that is a just conclusion provided such things be kept in the natural temperature outdoors. But consider the great range of temperature when the thermometer stands at -50 degrees outdoors and say 75 degrees indoors. Here is a difference of 125 degrees. Anything wooden or metallic, especially anything metallic, brought into the house immediately condenses the moisture with which the warm interior atmosphere is laden, and becomes in a few moments covered with frost. Gradually, as the article assumes the temperature of the room, the frost melts, the water is absorbed, and the damage is done as surely as though it had been soused in a bucket. If it be necessary to take camera and films indoors for an interior view, which one does somewhat reluctantly, the films must be taken at once to the stove, and the camera only very gradually, leaving the latter on the floor, the coldest part of the room, for a while, and shifting its position nearer and nearer until the frost it has accumulated begins to melt, whereupon it should be placed close to the heat that the water may evaporate as fast as it forms. Outdoors, camera and films alike are perfectly safe, however intense the cold. Indeed, films keep almost indefinitely in the cold and do not deteriorate at all. One learns, by and by, to have all films sent sealed up in tin cans, and to put them back and seal them up again when exposed, despite the maker's instructions not to do so. The maker knows the rules, but the user learns the exceptions. When films are thus protected, they may be taken indoors or left out indifferently, as no moist air can get to them. The rule given is one that all men in this country follow with firearms. They are always left outdoors, and no iron will rust outdoors in the winter. Unless a man intend to take his gun to pieces and clean it thoroughly, he never brings it in the house. The writer has on several occasions removed an exposed film and inserted a new one outdoors, using the loaded sled for a table at 50 degrees below zero, taking the chance of freezing his fingers rather than of ruining the film. It is an interesting exercise in dexterity of manipulation. Everything that can be done with the mittened hand is done. The material is placed within easy reach. Then off with the mittens and gloves, and make the change as quickly as may be. There is just one brief season in the year when high speeds of shutters may be used: in the month of April, when a new flurry of snow has put a mantle of dazzling whiteness upon the earth and the sun mounts comparatively high in the heavens. Under such circumstances there is almost, if not quite, tropical illumination. Here is a picture of native football at the Allakaket, just north of the Arctic Circle, made late in April with a Graflex, fitted with a lens working at f/4.5, at the full speed of its focal plane shutter, 1/1000th of a second. In 5 years' use that was the only time when that speed was used, or any speed above 1/250th. Commonly, even in summer, many more exposures are made with it at 1/50th than at 1/100th, for this is not a brightly lit country in summer, and nearly all visitors and tourists find their negatives much undertimed. The Graflex, though unapproached in its own sphere, is not a good all-round camera, despite confident assertions to the contrary. It is too bulky to carry at all in the winter, and its mechanism is apt to refuse duty in the cold. The 3A Graflex cannot be turned to make a perpendicular photograph, but must always be used with the greatest dimension horizontal. Except in brilliant sunshine, it is difficult to get a sharp focus, and even though the focus appears sharp on the ground glass, the negative may prove blurred. Then the instrument is a great dust catcher, and seems to have been constructed with a perverse ingenuity so as to make it as difficult as possible to clean. The writer uses his Graflex almost solely for native portraits and studies, for which purpose it is admirable, and has enabled him to secure negatives that he could not have obtained with any other hand camera. Even in the summer, however, he always carries his 3A folding pocket Kodak as well, and uses it instead of the Graflex for landscapes and large groups. If he had to choose between the two instruments and confine himself to one, he would unhesitatingly choose the folding pocket Kodak. The difficulties of winter photography in Alaska do not end with the making of the exposure. All water must be brought up in a bucket from a water hole in the river, and though it be clear water when it is dipped up from under the ice, it is chiefly ice by the time it reaches the house, during any cold spell. One learns to be very economical of water when it is procured with such difficulty, learns to dry prints with blotting paper between the successive washings, which is the best way of washing with the minimum of water. Blotting paper is decidedly cheaper than water under some circumstances. While the rivers run perfectly clear and bright under the ice in the winter, in summer the turbid water of nearly all our large streams introduces another difficulty. The photographic operation must sometimes be deferred for weeks, unless the rain barrels be full or enough ice be found in the ice house, over and above the domestic needs, to serve. It seems certain that the speed of the sensitive emulsions with which the films are covered is reduced in very cold weather. To determine whether or not this was so, the following experiments were resorted to. The camera was brought out of the house half an hour before noon, at 50 degrees below zero, and an exposure made immediately. Then the camera was left in position for an hour and another exposure made. There was little difference in the strength of the negatives, and what difference there was seemed in favor of the second exposure. Evidently, if the emulsion had slowed, the shutter had slowed also, so opportunity was awaited to make a more decisive test. When there remained but one exposure on a roll of film, the camera was set outdoors at a temperature of 55 degrees below zero and left for an hour. Then an exposure was made and the film wound up and withdrawn, while a new film, just brought from the house, was as quickly as possible inserted in its place and a second exposure made. The latter was appreciably stronger. Even this test is, of course, not entirely conclusive. One would have to be quite sure that the emulsions were identical, but it confirms the writer's impression that extreme cold slows the film. It would be an easy matter for the manufacturers to settle this point beyond question in a modern laboratory, and it is certainly worth doing. There is much sameness about winter scenes in Alaska, as the reader has doubtless already remarked, yet the sameness is more due to a lack of alertness in the photographer than to an absence of variety. If the traveler had nothing to think about but his camera, if all other considerations could be subordinated to the securing of negatives, then here, as elsewhere, the average merit of pictures would be greater. Sometimes the most interesting scenes occur in the midst of stress of difficult travel, when there is opportunity for no more than a fleeting recognition of their pictorial interest. Tight places often make attractive pictures, but most commonly do not get made into pictures at all. The study of the aspects of nature is likely to languish amidst the severe weather of the northern winter, and the bright, clear, mild day gets photographed into undue prominence. Snow is more or less white, and spruce trees in the mass are more or less black. One dog team is very like another. A native village has to be known very well indeed to be distinguishable from another native village. Yet there is individuality, there is distinction, There is variety, there is contrast, if a man have but the grace to recognize them and the zeal to record them. Snow itself has infinite variety. Trees, all of them, have characteristics of their own. Dogs differ as widely as men, and Indians as widely as white men. The fear of the camera, or the dislike of the camera, that used to affect the native mind is gone now, save perhaps in certain remote quarters, and these interesting people are generally quite willing to stand still and be snapped. They ask for a print, and upon one's next visit there is clamorous demand for "picter, picter." A famous French physician said that his dread of the world to come lay in his expectation that the souls he met would reproach him for not having cured a certain obstinate malady that he had much repute in dealing with. So the traveling amateur in photography sometimes feels his conscience heavy under a load of promised pictures that he has forgotten or has been unable to make. He feels that his native friends whom he shall meet in the world to come will assuredly greet him with, "Where's my picture?" The burden increases all the time, and the Indian never forgets. It avails nothing even to explain that the exposure was a failure. A picture was promised, no picture has been given. That is as far as the native gets. And the making of extra prints, in the cases where it is possible to make them, is itself quite a tax upon time and material. Just as it is true that to be well informed on any subject, a man must read a great deal, and be content not to have use for a great deal that he reads, so to secure good photographs of spots and scenes of note as he travels, he must make many negatives and be content to destroy many. The records of a second visit in better weather or at a more favorable season will supersede an earlier, typical groups, more casual ones. The standard that he exacts of himself rises, and work he was content with contents him no more. Sometimes one is tempted to think that the main difference between an unsuccessful and a successful amateur photographer is that the former hoards all his negatives while the latter relentlessly burns those which do not come up to the mark, if not at once, yet assuredly by and by. So the surprise that one feels at many of the illustrations in modern books of Arctic travel is not that the travelers made such poor photographs, but that they kept them and used them. For there can be no question that poor photographs are worse than none at all. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of 10,000 Miles with a Dog Sled by Hudson Stuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Chapter 13. The Northern Lights. The Northern Lights are a very common phenomenon of interior Alaska, much more common than in the very high latitudes around the North Pole, for it has been pretty well determined that there is an auroral pole, just as there is a magnetic pole and a pole of cold, none of which coincides with the geographical pole itself. All the Arctic explorers seem agreed that north of the 80th parallel, these appearances are less in frequency and brilliance than in the regions 10 or 15 degrees farther south. It may be said roundly that it is a rare thing in winter for a still, clear night, when there is not much moon, to pass without some auroral display in the interior of Alaska. As long as we have any night at all in the early summer, and as soon as we begin to have night again late in the summer, they may be seen, so that one gains the impression that the phenomenon occurs the year round, and is merely rendered invisible by the perpetual daylight of midsummer. The Alaskan auroras seem to divide themselves into two great classes: those that occupy the whole heavens on a grand scale and appear to be at a great distance above the earth, and those that are smaller and seem much closer. Inasmuch as a letter written from Fort Yukon to a town in Massachusetts describing one of the former class brought a reply that on the same night a brilliant aurora was observed there also, it would seem that auroras on the grand scale are visible over a large part of the earth's surface at once, whereas the lesser manifestations, though sometimes of great brilliance and beauty, give one the impression of being local. One gets, unfortunately, so accustomed to this light in the sky in Alaska that it becomes a matter of course and is little noticed unless it be extraordinarily vivid. Again, often very splendid displays occur in the intensely cold weather, when, no matter how warmly one may be clad, it is impossible to stand still long outdoors. And outdoors an observer must be to follow the constant movement that accompanies the aurora. Moreover, there is something very tantalizing in the observing, for it is impossible to say at what moment an ordinary waving auroral streamer that stretches its greenish milky light across the sky, beautiful yet commonplace, may burst forth into a display of the first magnitude, or if it will do so at all. The winter traveler has the best chance for observing this phenomenon, because much of his travel is done before daylight, and often much more than he desires or deserves is done after daylight. While if his journeys be protracted so long as snow and ice serve for passage at all, towards spring he will travel entirely at night instead of by day. It is intended in this chapter merely to attempt a description of a few of the more striking auroral displays that the writer has seen, the accounts being transcribed from journals written within a few hours at most from the time of occurrence, and in the first case written so soon as he went indoors. This was the 6th of October, 1904, at Fairbanks, a little removed from the town itself. When first the heavens were noticed, there was one clear bow of milky light stretching from the northern to the southern horizon, reflected in the broken surface of the river and glistening on the ice cakes that swirled down with the swift current. Then the southern end of the bow began to twist on itself until it had produced a queer, elongated corkscrew appearance halfway up to the zenith, while the northern end spread out and bellied from east to west. Then the whole display moved rapidly across the sky until it lay low and faint on the western horizon, and it seemed to be all over. But before one could turn to go indoors, a new point of light appeared suddenly high up in the sky, and burst like a pyrotechnic bomb into 1,000 pear-shaped globules with a molten center flung far out to north and south. Then began one of the most beautiful celestial exhibitions that the writer has ever seen. These globules stretched into ribbon streamers, dividing and subdividing until the whole sky was filled with them. And these ribbon streamers of greenish opalescent light curved constantly inward and outward upon themselves, with a quick, jerking movement like the cracking of a whip, and every time the ribbons curved, their lower edges frayed out, and the fringe was prismatic. The pinks and mauves flashed as the ribbon curved and frayed, and were gone. There was no other color in the whole heavens save the milky greenish-white light, but every time the streamers thrashed back and forth, their under edges fringed into the glowing tints of mother of pearl. Presently the whole display faded out until it was gone. But as we turned again to seek the warmth of the house, all at once tiny fingers of light appeared all over the upper sky, like the flashing of spicules of alum under a microscope when a solution has dried to the point of crystallization, and stretched up and down, lengthening and lengthening to the horizon, and gathering themselves together at the zenith into a crown. 3 times this was repeated. Each time the light faded gradually but completely from the sky, and flashed out again instantaneously. For a full hour, until it was impossible to stand gazing any longer for the cold, the fascinating display was watched, and how much longer it continued cannot be said. It was a grand general aurora, high in the heavens, not vividly colored save for the prismatic fringes, but of brilliant illumination, and remarkable amongst all the auroras observed since for its sudden changes and startling climaxes. Draped auroras are common in this country, though it has been wrongly stated that they are only seen near open seas, but their undulations are generally more deliberate and their character maintained. This one flashed on and off and changed its nature as though some finger were pressing buttons that control the electrical discharges of the universe. Yet it was noticed that even in its brilliant moments the light of the stars could be seen through it. The next aurora to be described was of a totally different kind. It occurred on the 18th of March, 1905. The writer, with an Indian attendant, was traveling on the Koyokuk River from Coldfoot to Bettles, and, owing to a heavy drifted trail, night had fallen while yet the roadhouse was far away. There was no moon, and the wind-swept trail was wholly indistinguishable from the surrounding snow. Yet to keep on the trail was the only chance of going forward at all, for whenever the toboggan slid off into the deep, soft snow, it came to a standstill, and had to be dragged laboriously back again. A good leader would have kept the trail, but we had none such amongst our dogs that year. Thus, slowly, we went along in the dark, continually missing the trail on this side and on that. We did not know on which bank of the river the roadhouse was situated, for it was our first journey in those parts. We only knew the trail would take us there could we follow it. All at once a light burst forth, seemingly not 100 yards above our heads, that lit up the trail like a searchlight and threw our shadows black upon the snow. There was nothing faint and fluorescent about that aurora. It burned and gleamed like magnesium wire, and by its light we were able to see our path distinctly and to make good time along it, until in a mile or two we were gladdened by the sight of the candle shining in the window of the roadhouse, and were safe for the night. Now, one does not really know that this was an aurora at all, save that there was nothing else it could have been. It was a phenomenon altogether apart from the one first described, not occupying the vault of heaven, streaming from horizon to zenith, not remote and majestic. There was really little opportunity to observe it at all. One's eyes were fixed upon the trail it illumined, anxious not to set foot to the right or left. Save for an occasional glance upward, we saw only its reflected light upon the white expanse beneath. It was simply a streak of light right above our heads, holding steadily in position, though fluctuating a little in strength. A light to light us home, and that is what it was to us. And it was the most surprising and opportune example of what has been referred to here as the local aurora that 8 winters have afforded. The most opportune, but not the most beautiful. The next to be described, though of the local order, was the most striking and beautiful manifestation of the northern lights the writer has ever seen. It was that rare and lovely thing, a colored aurora, all of one rich deep tint. It was on the 11th of March, 1907, on the Chandalar River, a day's march above the gap by which that stream enters the Yukon Flats and 5 days north of Fort Yukon. A new strike had been made on the Chandalar, and a new town, Cairo, established, abandoned since. All day long we had been troubled and hindered by overflow water on the ice, saturating the snow, an unpleasant feature for which this stream is noted. And when night fell and we thought we ought to be approaching the town, it seemed yet unaccountably far off. At last, in the darkness, we came to a creek that we decided must surely be Flat Creek, near the mouth of which the new settlement stood. And at the same time we came to overflow water so deep that it covered both ice and snow and looked dangerous. So the dogs were halted while the Indian boy went ahead cautiously to see if the town were not just around the bend, and the rider sat down, tired, on the sled. While sitting there, all at once, from the top of the mountainous bluff that marked the mouth of the creek, a clear red light sprang up and spread out across the sky, dyeing the snow and gleaming in the water, lighting up all the river valley from mountain to mountain with a most beautiful carmine of the utmost intensity and depth. In wave after wave it came, growing brighter and brighter, as though some gigantic hand on that mountain top were flinging out the liquid radiance into the night. There was no suggestion of any other color. It was all pure carmine, and it seemed to accumulate in midair until all the landscape was bathed in its effulgence. And then it gradually died away. The native boy was gone just half an hour. It began about 5 minutes after he left and ended about 5 minutes before he returned, so that its whole duration was 20 minutes. There had been no aurora at all before. There was nothing after, for his quest had been fruitless, and since we would not venture that water in the dark, we made our camp on the bank and were thus 2 hours or more yet in the open. The boy had stopped to look at it himself, long time, as he said, and declared it was the only red aurora he had ever seen in his 20-odd years' life. It was a very rare and beautiful sight, and it was hard to resist the impression of a gigantic hand flinging liquid red fire from the mountain top into the sky. Its source seemed no higher than the mountain top, seemed to be the mountain top itself, and its extent seemed confined within the river valley. There is only one other that shall be described, although there are many mentioned with more or less peculiarity in the diaries of these travels. And this last one is of the character of the first and not at all of the second and third, for it was on the grand scale, filling all the heavens, a phenomenon, one is convinced, on an order distinct and different from the local near-at-hand kind. There was exceptionally good opportunity for observing this display, since it occurred during an all-night journey, the night of the 6th of April, 1912, with brilliant starlight but no moon, while we were hastening to reach Eagle for Easter. We had made a new traverse from the Tanana to the Yukon, through 200 miles of uninhabited country, and had missed the head of the creek that would have taken us to the latter river in 30 miles, dropping into one that meandered for upward of 100 before it discharged into the great river. It was 1 o'clock on Good Friday morning when we reached a roadhouse on the Yukon 80 miles from Eagle. The only chance to keep the appointment was to travel all the 2 remaining nights. So we cached almost all our load at the roadhouse, for we should retrace our steps when Eagle was visited, and thus were able to travel fast. Both nights were marked by fine auroral displays, so extensive and of such apparent height as to give the impression that they must be visible over large areas of the earth. Both continued all night long and were of the same general description, but the second night's display was emphasized in its main features and elaborated in its detail, and was the more striking and notable and worthy of description. It began by an exquisite and delicate weaving of fine fluorescent filaments of light in and out among the stars, until at times a perfect network was formed, like lace amidst diamonds, first in one quarter of the heavens, then in another, then stretching and weaving its web right across the sky. The Yukon runs roughly north and south in these reaches, and the general trend of the whole display was parallel with the river's course. For an hour or more, the ceaseless extension and looping of these infinitely elastic threads of light went on, with constant variation in their brilliance but no change in their form and never an instant cessation of motion. Then the familiar feature of the draped aurora was introduced, always a beautiful sight to watch. Slowly and most gracefully issued out of the north band after band after band of pale green fire, each curling and recurling on itself like the ribbon that carries the motto under a shield of arms, and each continually fraying out its lower edge into subdued rainbow tints. Then these bands, never for a moment still, were gathered up together to the zenith, till from almost all round the horizon vibrant meridians of light stretched up to a crown of glory, almost but not quite directly overhead, so bright that all the waving bands that now assumed more the appearance of its rays paled before it. Then the crown began to revolve, and as it revolved with constantly increasing speed, it gathered all its rays into one gigantic spiral that traveled as it spun towards the east until all form was dissipated in a nebulous mist that withdrew behind the mountains and glowered there like a dawn and left the skies void of all light save the stars. It was a fine instance of the stupendous sportiveness of the aurora that sometimes seems to have no more law or rule than the gambolling of a kitten, and to build up splendid and majestic effects merely to whelm them all in wantonness a moment later. A particularly fine and striking phase of an aurora is very likely to be followed by some such sudden whimsical destruction. It was as though that light hidden behind the mountains were mocking us. Then, from out of the north, again, appeared one clear belt of light that stretched rapidly and steadily all across the heavens until it formed an arch that stood there stationary. And from that motionless arch, the only motionless manifestation that whole night, there came a gradual, superb crescendo of light that lit the wide, white river basin from mountain top to mountain top, and threw the shadows of the dogs and the sled sharper and blacker upon the snow, and in the very moment of its climax was gone again utterly, while yet the exclamations of wonder were on our lips. It was as though, piqued at our admiration, the aurora had wiped itself out. And often, there is precisely that impression of willfulness about it. All night long the splendor kept up, and all night long, as the dogs went at a good clip, and one of us rode while the other was at the sled's handlebars, we gazed and marveled at its infinite variety, at its astonishing fertility of effect, at its whimsical vagaries, until the true dawn of Easter swallowed up the beauty of the night as we came in sight of Eagle. And we wondered with what more lavish advertisement the dawn of the first Easter was heralded into the waste places of the snow. There are men in Alaska whose statements demand every respect, who claim to have heard frequently and unmistakably a swishing sound accompanying the movements of the aurora, and there are some who claim to have detected an odor accompanying it. Without venturing any opinion on the subject in general, the writer would simply say that, though he thinks he possesses as good ears and as good a nose as most people, he has never heard any sound or smelled any odor that he believed to come from the northern lights. Indeed, he has often felt that with all the light-producing energy and with all the rapid movement of the aurora, it was mysterious that there should be absolutely no sound. The aurora often looks as if it ought to swish, but to his ears it has never done it. So much phosphorescent light might naturally be accompanied by some chemical odor, but to his nostrils never has been. Queer, uncertain noises in the silence of an Arctic night there often are. Noises of crackling twigs, perhaps, noises of settling snow, noises in the ice itself. But they are to be heard when there is no aurora as well as when there is. It is rare to stand on the banks of the Yukon on a cold night and not hear some faint, crepitating sounds, sometimes running back and forth across the frozen river, sometimes resembling the ring of distant skates. Without offering any pronouncement upon what is a very interesting question, it seems to the writer possible that, to an ear intently listening, some such noise coinciding with a decided movement of a great auroral streamer might seem to be caused by the movement it happened to accompany. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of 10,000 Miles with a Dog Sled by Hudson Stuck. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Barry Eads. Chapter 14. The Alaskan Dogs. There are two breeds of native dogs in Alaska, and a third that is usually spoken of as such. The Malamute is the Eskimo dog, and what for want of a better name is called the Siwash is the Indian dog. Many years ago, the Hudson Bay voyagers bred some selected strains of imported dog with the Indian dogs of those parts, or else did no more than carefully select the best individuals of the native species and bred from them exclusively, it is variously stated, and that is the accepted origin of the Husky. The Malamute and the Husky are the two chief sources of the white man's dog teams, though cross-breeding with setters and pointers, hounds of various sorts, mastiffs, St. Bernards, and Newfoundlands has resulted in a general admixture of breeds, so that the work dogs of Alaska are an heterogeneous lot today. It should also be stated that the terms Malamute and Husky are very generally confused and often used interchangeably. The Malamute, the Alaskan Eskimo dog, is precisely the same dog as that found amongst the natives of Baffin's Bay and Greenland. Knud Rasmussen and Amundsen together have established the oneness of the Eskimo from the east coast of Greenland all round to St. Michael. They are one people, speaking virtually one language, and the Malamute dog is one dog. A photograph that Admiral Peary prints of one of the Smith Sound dogs that pulled his sled to the North Pole would pass for a photograph of one of the present writer's team, bred on the Koyukuk River, the parents coming from Kotzebue Sound. There was never animal better adapted to environment than the Malamute dog. His coat, while it is not fluffy nor the hair long, is yet so dense and heavy that it affords him a perfect protection against the utmost severity of cold. His feet are tough and clean, and do not readily accumulate snow between the toes, and therefore do not easily get sore, which is the great drawback of nearly all outside dogs and their mixed progeny. He is hardy and thrifty and does well on less food than the mixed breeds. And, despite Perry to the contrary, he will eat anything. He will not eat anything but meat, says Perry. I have tried and I know. No dog accustomed to a flesh diet willingly leaves it for other food. The dog is a carnivorous animal. But hunger will whet his appetite for anything that his bowels can digest. Muck, the counterpart of Perry's King Malamute, has thriven for years on his daily ration of dried fish, tallow, and rice, and eats biscuits and donuts whenever he can get them. The Malamute is affectionate and faithful, and likes to be made a pet of, but he is very jealous and an incorrigible fighter. He has little of the fawning submissiveness of pet dogs outside, but is independent and self-willed and apt to make a troublesome pet. However, pets that give little trouble seldom give much pleasure. His comparative shortness of leg makes him somewhat better adapted to the hard-crusted snow of the coast than to the soft snow of the interior. But he is a ceaseless and tireless worker who loves to pull. His prick ears, always erect, his bushy, graceful tail, carried high unless it curl upon the back as is the case with some, his compact coat of silver gray, his sharp muzzle and black nose and quick narrow eyes give him an air of keenness and alertness that marks him out amongst dogs. When he is in good condition and his coat is taken care of, he is a handsome fellow, and he will weigh from 75 to 85 or 90 pounds. The husky is a long, rangy dog, with more body and longer legs than the Malamute and with a shorter coat. The coat is very thick and dense, however, and furnishes a sufficient protection. A good, spirited husky will carry his tail erect like a Malamute, but the ears are not permanently pricked up, they are mobile. He is, perhaps, the general preference amongst dog drivers in the interior, but he has not the graceful distinction of appearance of the Malamute. The Siwash dog is the common Indian dog, generally undersized, uncared for, half-starved most of the time, and snappish because not handled save with roughness. In general appearance he resembles somewhat a small Malamute, though indeed nowadays so mixed have breeds become that he may be any cur or mongrel. He is a wonderful little worker, and the loads he will pull are astonishing. Sometimes, with it all, he is an attractive-looking fellow, especially when there has been a good moose or caribou killing and he has gorged upon the refuse and put some flesh upon his bones. And if one will take a little trouble to make friends with him, he likes petting as much as any dog. Most Indian dogs don't sobby white man, and will snap at one's first advances. On the whole, it is far better to let them alone, for, encouraged at all, they are terrible thieves, what hungry creatures are not, and makes all sorts of trouble with one's own team. The pure Malamute and the pure Husky do not bark at all, they howl. Barking is a sure sign of an admixture of other strains. Here it may be worthwhile to say a few words about the general belief that dogs in Alaska are interbred with wolves. That the dog and the wolf have a common origin there can be no doubt, and that they will interbreed is equally sure. But diligent inquiry on the part of the writer for a number of years, throughout all interior Alaska, amongst whites and natives, has failed to educe one authentic instance of intentional interbreeding, has failed to discover one man who knows of his own knowledge that any living dog is the offspring of such union. While, therefore, it is not here stated that such cross-breeding has not taken place, or even that it does not take place, yet the author is satisfied that it is a very rare thing indeed, and that the common stories of dogs that are half-wolf are fabulous. Indeed, it seems a rare thing when any sort of pains is taken about the breeding of dogs. In a country where dogs are so important, where they are indispensable for any sort of travel during 6 or 7 months in the year, over by far the greatest portion of it, one would expect that much attention would be paid to dog breeding. But this is not the case. Here and there a man who takes pride in a team will carefully mate the best available couple and carefully rear their offspring, but for the most part breeding seems left to chance. A team all of Malamutes or all of Huskies, a matched team of any sort, is the exception, and excites interest and remark. The market for dogs is so uncertain that it is doubtful if there would be any money in scientific breeding for the trail. When a stampede of new diggings takes place, the price of dogs rises enormously. Any sort of good dog on the spot may be worth $100 or $150, and the man with the kennel would make a small fortune out of hand. But at other times, it is hard to get $25 for the best of dogs. The cost of maintenance of a dog team is considerable. When the mail routes went all down the Yukon, the dogs were used exclusively. The contracting company estimated that it cost $75 per head per annum to feed its dogs, while to the traveler in remote regions, buying dog feed in small parcels here and there, the cost is not less than $100 per head. Of course, a man engaged in dog raising would have his own fish wheel on the Yukon and would catch almost all that his dogs would eat. Fish is plentiful in Alaska. It is transportation that costs. Dogs not working can do very well on straight dried fish, but for the working dog, this ration is supplemented by rice and tallow or other cereal and fat. Not only because the animal does better on it, but also because straight dried fish is a very bulky food, and weight for weight goes not nearly so far. Cooking for the dogs is troublesome, but economical of weight and bulk, and conserves the vigor of the team. In the summertime, the dogs are still an expense. They must be boarded at some fish camp at a cost of about $5 per head per month. The white man found the dog team in use amongst the natives all over the interior, but he taught the Indian how to drive dogs. The natives had never evolved a leader. Some fleet stripling always ran ahead and the dogs followed. The leader, guided by the voice, geeing and hawing, stopping and advancing at the word of command, is a white man's innovation, though now universally adopted by the natives. So is the dog collar. The Sawash harness is simply a band that goes round the shoulders and over the breast. In the interior, the universal Sawash hitch was tandem, and is yet. But as trails have widened and improved, more and more the tendency grows amongst white men to hitch two abreast, and the most convenient rig is a lead line to which each dog is attached independently by a single tree, either two abreast or by adding a further length to the lead line, one behind the other, so that on a narrow trail the tandem rig may be quickly resorted to. One advantage of the change from single to double rig is the decay of the cruel custom of bobbing the dogs' tails. When dogs are hitched one close behind the other, and the closer the better for pulling, the tail of the dog in front becomes heavy with ice from the condensation of the breath of the dog behind, until not only is he carrying weight, but the use of the tail for warmth at night is foregone. So it was the universal practice to cut tails short off. But sleeping out in the open, as traveling dogs often must do, in all sorts of weather, with a thermometer at 50 degrees or 60 degrees below zero sometimes, a thick bushy tail is a great protection to a dog. With it he covers nose and feet and is tucked up snug and warm. It is the dog's natural protection for the muzzle and the thinly haired extremities. A few years ago, almost all work dogs in the interior were bob-tailed. Now the plumes wave over the teams again. 5 dogs are usually considered the minimum team, and 7 dogs make a good team. A good, quick traveling load for a dog team is 50 pounds to the dog on ordinary trails. The dogs will pull as much as 100 pounds apiece or more, but that becomes more like freighting than traveling. On a good level trail with strong big dogs, men sometimes haul 200 pounds to the dog. These, however, are G-pole propositions, in the slang of the trail, and the man is doing hard work with a band around his chest and the pole in his hand. For quick traveling, 50 pounds to the dog is enough. The most useful outside strains that the white man has introduced into the dogs of the interior are the pointer and the setter and collie. The bird dogs themselves make very fast teams and soon adapt themselves to the climate, but their feet will not stand the strain. The collie's intelligence would make him a most admirable leader, did he not have so pronouncedly the faults of his good qualities. He wants to do all the work. He works himself to death. It is the leader's business to keep the team strung out. It is not his business to pull the load. But the admixture of these strains with the native blood has produced some very fine dogs. The Newfoundland and St. Bernard strains have been perhaps the least successful admixtures. They are too heavy and cumbersome and always have tender feet. Their bodies and the bodies of their mongrel progeny are too heavy for their feet. The last statement with regard to Newfoundland and St. Bernard dogs has an interesting exception. There is a dog, not uncommon in Alaska, that by a curious inversion of phrase is known as the one-man dog. What is meant is the one-dog man dog, the dog that belongs to the man that uses only one dog. Many and many a prospector pulls his whole winter grubstake 100 miles or more into the hills with the aid of one dog. His progress is slow. In bad places or on upgrades he must relay, and all the time he is doing more work than the dog is. But he manages to get his stuff to his cabin or his camp with no other aid than one dog can give. It is usually a very heavy dog, speed never being asked of him, nor steady continuous winter work, often one of the breeds mentioned or of its predominant strain. The companionship between such a man and such a dog is very close, and the understanding complete. Sometimes the dog will be his master's sole society for the whole winter. Indeed, any man of feeling who spends the winters with a dog team must grow to a deep sympathy with the animals, and to a keen, sometimes almost a poignant, sense of what he owes to them. There is a mystery about domestic animals of whatever kind. It is a mystery that man should be able to impose his will upon them, change their habits and characters, constrain them to his tasks, take up all their lives with unnatural toil. And that he should get affection and devotion in return makes the mystery yet more mysterious. The dog gets his food, often of poor quality and scant quantity, and that is all he gets. Yet the life of a work dog that has a kind and considerate master is not an unhappy one. The dog is as full of the canine joy of life as though he had never worn a collar, and not only sports and gambols when free, but really seems to like his work and do it gladly. He will chafe at inaction. He will come eagerly to the harness in the morning, often will come before he is called and ask to be harnessed. And if for any reason, lameness or galled neck or sore feet, a dog is cut out of the team temporarily to run loose, he will try at every chance to get back into his place and will often attack the dog that seems to him to be occupying it, while a dog left behind will howl most piteously and make desperate efforts to break his chain and rejoin his companions and his labor. And the wonderful and pitiful thing about it is that no sort of severity or brutality on his master's part will destroy that zealous allegiance. The dog in Alaska is absolutely dependent upon man for subsistence, and he seems to realize it. There is a great deal of cruelty and brutality amongst dog drivers in Alaska. At times, it is true, most dogs need some punishment. Dogs differ as much as men do, and some are lazy and some are self-willed. The best of them will develop bad trail habits if they are allowed to, habits which will prove hard to break by and be a continual source of delay and annoyance until broken. But a very slight punishment, judicially administered at the moment, will usually suffice just as well as a severe one, and the main source of brutality in the punishment of dogs is sheer bad temper on the part of the driver, and has for its only possible end not the correction of the animal's fault, but the satisfaction of its owner's rage. To see some hulking, passionate brute lashing a poor little dog with a chain or beating him with a club, to see dogs overworked to utter exhaustion and their lagging steps still hastened by a rain of blows, these are the sickening sights of the trail, and they are not uncommon. The language of most dog drivers to their dogs consists of a mixture of cursing and ribaldry, excused by the statement that only by the use of such speech may dogs be driven at all. But there is little point in the excuse. Such speech is, to an extent not far from universal, the speech of the country. Swedes who have little and Indians who have none other English will yet be volubly profane and obscene, in the latter case often with complete ignorance of the meaning of the terms. Yet it must be recorded not ungratefully by the impartial observer that the rare presence of a decent woman or a clergyman will almost always put a check upon blackguardly speech. even that of a dog driver. Women and clergymen being supposed the only two classes who could have any possible objection to foulness of mouth. To refer continually to the excrements of the body, to sexual commerce, natural and unnatural, all in the grossest terms, and to mix these matters intimately with the sacred names, is manly speech amongst a large part of the population of Alaska. It has been claimed with justice that the introduction of the reindeer into Alaska has been highly successful. Yet there is much misconception amongst people outside as to the nature of that success. Stimulated by the example of the United States government and urged thereto by Dr. Wilfred Grenfell and others, the Canadian government is now introducing reindeer into Labrador, and the distinguished missionary physician, whose recent decoration gives luster to the royal bestower as well as to the recipient, has publicly announced his hope that these domesticated herbivora will eliminate that scourge of the country, the husky dog. To announce such a hope, based upon any results in Alaska, is to announce misconception of the nature of the success which has attended Dr. Sheldon Jackson's reindeer experiment. There is not a dog the less in Alaska because of the reindeer, nor ever will be. Insofar as similarity of conditions warrant us in expecting similar results, it is safe to predict that the reindeer will never eliminate the husky dog in Labrador. But before discussing the success of the reindeer experiment and its lack of any bearing upon the number or the usefulness of the dog, the writer would pause to take strong exception to the description of the husky dog as the scourge of Labrador, and would insist that any such wholesale condemnation is a boomerang that returns upon the head of the Labradorian who uses it. For, as the dog is one of the most adaptable of all domestic animals, and is, to an amazing extent, what his master makes him, to bring a railing accusation against the whole race of dogs is in reality to accuse those who breed and rear them. Why should the dog have richly earned the gratitude and affection of all the world except Labrador? Why should he be called the friend of man everywhere except amongst these particular people? Far to the north of them, the Eskimo prize and cherish their dogs. Throughout the whole wide region to the west and northwest of them, the dog is man's indispensable ally and faithful servant. The same husky dog has made good his claim upon man in Alaska. It is he and his brother, the Malamute, that have opened up Alaska so far as it has been opened, without whom today the development of the country would suddenly cease. And to the question that is often asked outside as to whether the Alaskan dog is not a savage beast, it is justly replied, not unless he happens to belong to a savage beast. Is it really otherwise anywhere? Instead of the reindeer eliminating the dog, there is far greater likelihood of the dog eliminating the reindeer. And the professed dog lover, indignant at the opprobrious term applied to a whole race of dogs, may be disposed to echo Lady Macbeth's wish. May good digestion wait on appetite. So far as substituting another draft animal for the dog is concerned, if the whole equine tribe, even down to the Manchurian ponies, should for some strange reason be out of the question, the Canadian government had better import the polar ox or the yak. It is only amongst a nomadic people, whose main quest is pasturage, that the reindeer is a satisfactory draft animal. When introduced into Alaska, there was doubtless expectation that he would be generally useful in this capacity. For a while, certain mail routes on the Seaward Peninsula were served by him, and here and there a deluded prospector put his grubstake on a reindeer sled. It is safe to say that no reindeer are so employed today. They were soon abandoned on the mail trails, and the prospector, after one season's experience, slaughtered his reindeer and traded its meat and hide for a couple of dogs. Consider that the reindeer feeds upon one thing alone, the moss that is named after him, and that while this moss is very widely distributed indeed throughout Alaska, it is not found at all in the river valleys or the forests, but only upon the treeless hills at considerable elevation. Now, the rivers are the highways. It is on their frozen surface or on portage trails through the woods that the greater part of all traveling is done, and, in particular, that established routes of regular communication are maintained. To leave the trail after a day's journey to wander miles into the hills to herd the deer while they browse from slope to slope, digging the snow away in search of their provender, is wholly incompatible with any sustained or regular travel. The reindeer is a timid and almost defenseless creature. Wolves and lynxes prey upon him. One lynx is thought to have killed upward of 20 head in one season out of the herd that was stationed at Tanana, leaping upon the backs of the creatures, cutting their throats, sucking their blood, and riding them until they dropped and died. A few dogs will soon work havoc in a herd, so the reindeer must be constantly protected and at the same time must have range over a considerable scope of country. The care of reindeer is a business in itself, not a mere detail of the business of transportation or travel. On the other hand, the dog's ration for many days is carried on the sled he hauls. There is a definite limit to it, of course, and knowledge of this limit made every experienced dog driver incredulous from the first of Dr. Cook's claim to have traveled some 1,100 miles from Etah to the North Pole and back with a team of dogs hauling their own food. It is possible, however, on fair trails with rigid economy to travel 500 miles and haul dog food and man food and other indispensables of a long journey, and that is twice as far as it is ever necessary to travel in the interior of Alaska without reaching a supply point, the northern slope of the Arctic Ocean excepted. Perhaps it would be putting it better to say that a team of 7 dogs can haul their own and their driver's food and the camp equipment, all of course carefully reduced to a minimum, for a month. Dog food of one sort or another can be bought at any place where anything whatever is sold. Almost any Indian village will furnish dried fish, and it is often possible, with no other weapon than a .22 rifle, to feed dogs largely on the country through which they pass. The writer's team has had many a meal of ptarmigan, rabbits, quail, and spruce hen, while to enumerate other articles, on which at times and in stress for proper food his dogs have sustained life and strength for travel, would be to enumerate all the common human comestibles. Aside from the usual ration of fish, tallow, and rice boiled together, cornmeal, beans, flour, oatmeal, sago, though that is poor stuff, tapioca, canned meats of all kinds, canned salmon, even canned kippered herring from Scotland, seal oil, seal and whale flesh, ham and bacon, horse flesh, moose and caribou and mountain sheep flesh, canned Boston brown bread, canned butter, canned milk, dried apples, sugar, cheese, crackers of all kinds, and a score of other matters have at times entered into their food. Dogs have been tided over tight places for days and days on horse oats boiled with tallow candles, working the while. Anything that a man can eat, and much that even a starving man would scarcely eat, will make food for dogs. At the last and worst, dog can be fed to dog and even to man. When a dog team reaches a mining camp where supplies of all sorts are scarce, and that is not an uncommon experience, it is sometimes an exceedingly expensive matter to feed it. But something can always be found that will serve to keep it going until the return to a better stocked region. In the winter of 1910-11, when there was such scarcity in the Iditarod, it cost the writer $39.50 to feed 7 dogs for a week, and he has more than once been at almost a similar charge in the Koyukuk. But in all his travels, he has never yet been unable to procure some sort of food for his dogs. At times they have been fed for days on rabbits straight, at times on ptarmigan straight. Speaking broadly, the reindeer is a stupid, unwieldy, and intractable brute, not comparing for a moment with the dog in intelligence and adaptability. The common notion that his name is derived from the use of reins in driving him, thus putting him in the class with the horse, is a mistake. The word comes from a Norse root which refers to his moss-browsing habit. The rein with which he is driven is a rope tied around one of his horns. He has no cognizance of G and haw, nor of any other vocal direction, but must be yanked hither and thither with the rope by main force. While to stop him in his mad career, once he is started, it is often necessary to throw him with the rope. In Lapland there are doubtless individual deer better trained. The Lapp herders tell of them with pride, but in the main this is just a description of reindeer handling. All the chief herders in Alaska are Lapps, brought over for their knowledge of the animals, and the writer has repeatedly ridden behind some of their best deer. Wherein, then, lies the success of the reindeer experiment in Alaska? Chiefly in the provision of a regular meat supply by which the natives and whites in the vicinity of a herd are relieved from the precariousness of the chase and the rapacity of the cold storage butcher company. The Eskimo, having served his allotted apprenticeship of 5 years and entered upon possession of a herd, can at any time kill and dress a kid of the flock for his family or for the market. The price of the butcher's meat has been kept down all over the Seaward Peninsula by the competition of the numerous reindeer herds, to the comfort of the population and the exasperation of the butcher company, and many an Eskimo has become passably rich. The skin of the animal also furnishes a warm and much needed material for clothing and finds a ready sale at a good price. This success is, however, confined so far to the coast. The herds have not thriven in the interior and have now all been withdrawn to the coast. Beasts of prey killed them. A hoof disease destroyed many. Others are supposed to have died from eating some poisonous fungus. In 5 or 6 years the herd at Tanana had not increased at all, but rather diminished, and the same is true of the other herds on the Yukon. The Indian, moreover, does not take to herding as the Eskimo does, and can hardly be induced to the segregation of himself and his family from his tribe which reindeer herding involves. The apprentices on the Yukon were nearly all of them Eskimo from the coast. It may be that the salt of the coast region is essential to the well-being of the reindeer. It is not so with the caribou, and the reindeer is nothing but a domesticated caribou, many herds of which in the interior of Alaska never visit the coast at all. But all caribou herds have their salt licks, and one wishes that the oft recommended plan of furnishing salt for the herds in the interior had been adopted by the government for a season before their removal was determined upon. Like most other resources of Alaska, the imported reindeer, at first decried and ridiculed, has now become the slender foundation for extravagant speculations of prosperity. The millions of acres waiting for the plow in the interior have lately been supplemented in this visionary treasury by the capitalization of the vast tundras of the coast, the golden wheat fields of the one finding counterpart in the multitudinous herds of the other. The growing dearth of cattle range in the United States offers, it seems, to Alaska the opportunity of supplying the American market with meat, and the kindling fancy of the enthusiastic booster sees trains loaded with frozen reindeer meat rolling into Chicago. While the reindeer will never supersede the dog as a draft animal anywhere, the horse is rapidly superseding him on good trails in the more settled and peopled regions. In the Fairbanks and Nome districts, in the Circle and Koyukuk districts, in the 40 Mile and in the Iditarod, in all districts where any extensive mining is carried on, heavy freights are moved by horses, and this tendency will doubtless increase rather than diminish. The dog team cannot compete with the horse team when it comes to moving heavy loads over good trails. The grain that the horse eats is imported and in the main will probably always be imported. But oats cut green and properly cared for make excellent fodder, and the native hay, while not nearly as nutritious as the imported timothy, will sufficiently supplement grain. We hear a great deal nowadays of the benefits which are to come to Alaska from the railroad which the United States is expected to build from Tidewater to the Yukon, and the clamorous voices of the journalist and the professional promoter and politician, which seem the only voices which ever reach the ear of government, are insistent that this is the one great thing that will bring prosperity to the country. Yet the writer is confident that he expresses almost the unanimous opinion of those who live in the country outside of the classes mentioned when he says that if the amount of money which this railroad will cost were expanded upon good highways and trails, the benefit would be much greater. It is means of intercommunication between the various parts of the country that is the great need of Alaska. Some of its most promising sections are almost inaccessible now or accessible only at great trouble and expense. Access to the country itself from the introduction of merchandise is furnished easily enough during 3 or 4 months of the year by its incomparable system of waterways. Good highways, well engineered and well maintained, over which horse teams could be used summer and winter, would remove much of what at present is the almost prohibitive cost of distributing that merchandise from river points. Such roads would give an enormous stimulus to prospecting and would render it possible to work gold placers all over the country that are of too low grade to be worked at the present rates of transportation. A really good highway from Valdez to Fairbanks and the making of the long ago begun Valdez Eagle Road, a good highway from Fairbanks to the upper Tanana as far as the Nebesna, connecting with the one from the Copper River country and the coast, another from the Yukon into the Koyokuk and the Chandalar, another from Fairbanks into the Kantishna, connecting with one from the lower Kuskokwim and one from the Iditarod, a road from Eagle across the almost unknown region, save for the line of the 141st meridian between the Yukon and the Porcupine Rivers, 2 or 3 roads between the Yukon and the Tanana, a road from the Koyokuk to Kotzebue Sound. These would constitute main arteries of travel and would open up the country as no trunk railroad would ever do. The expense would be great, both of construction and maintenance, but it would probably not be greater than the cost of constructing and maintaining the proposed railroad. 20 or 30 ordinary freight trains a year would bring in all the goods that Alaska consumes. Before that amount can be very greatly increased, there must be a large development of the means by which it is to be distributed throughout the country. Someday perhaps these roads will be made, and the horse, not the dog, will be the draft animal upon them. Yet it would be a rash conclusion that even then the time will be at hand when there will be no longer use for the work dog in Alaska. Away from these main arteries of travel he will still be employed. So long as great part of the land remains a noble Arctic wilderness, so long as the prospector strikes farther and farther into the rugged mountains, so long as quick travel over great stretches of country is necessary or desirable, so long as the salmon swarm up the rivers to furnish food for the catching, so long as the Indian moves from fishing camp to village and from village to hunting camp, so long will the dog be hitched to the sled in Alaska. So long will his joyful yelp and his plaintive whine be heard in the land. So long will his warm tongue seek his master's hand, even the hand that strikes him, and his eloquent eyes speak of his utter allegiance. End of chapter 14. End of 10,000 Miles with a Dog Sled by Hudson Stuck.